Chairman, we are going to do the lamp lighting ceremony. So I would like to invite our honorable chief guests here for the lamp lighting ceremony. So my first name would be Professor V. Venkataraman, sir. He is Vice Chairman, Telangana State Council of Higher Education. Can we please give a round of applause for him? So yes, ladies and gentlemen, my next name would be Introduction, sir. Mr. Jay. He is the IAS Principal Secretary, Information Technology, Electronics and I would like to also invite Professor J. Mahendra Reddy, Distinguished Advisor.
I request you. Shubham Kurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhanasampada Shubham Kurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhanasampada Shatru Buddhi Vinashaya Deepanchotir Namosute Deepanchotir Namosute Shubham Kurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhanasampada Shubham Kurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhanasampada.
I would like to thank all our honorable chief guests for the lamp lighting ceremony. So now let's go ahead and start the inaugural session with our guest of honor. So I would like to invite Professor V. Venkataraman, sir, Vice Chairman, Telangana State Council of Higher Education, to please take it forward.
Thank you, Manas. A very good morning to all of you. Good morning. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Business World Education for having chosen Hyderabad, having chosen Telangana to host the 7th Higher Education Summit. We have been partnering with Business World over the last few years to do this summit, but this summit comes at a very, very important time. The important time is that we are really marching forward. Telangana has been doing extremely well, and also Telangana will be doing well. And on the education front, I represent the State Council of Higher Education. I think, already Telangana has become a go-to city for education, for industries. My colleague, senior colleague in the government, Dr. Jayesh Ranjan is here. I think the efforts of all of them have really made Telangana occupy a pride place in the country. Having said that, this session is a very important, power-packed, knowledge-packed session. Somebody said, Munaz said, they're all shakers and movers and shakers. I think this session has got thinkers and doers. And I think we'll start off with 3 speakers, star speakers who are here, who are leading the educational revolution kind of thing. I discussed with all the speakers today. We have 3 speakers. One, Professor B.J. Rao, a very distinguished academic, presently serving as the Vice Chancellor of University of Hyderabad. As you're all aware, it's one of the top universities in the country. We are proud that Hyderabad is the place where the university is located. And the second speaker would be Dr. Jayesh Ranjan, Principal Secretary, Industries, Commerce, a person who has taken the city and also the industry like life science, bio, etc., to the highest level of its excellence. The third speaker would be Professor J. Mahendra Reddy, who is the distinguished advisor, a person who's done very well as the Vice Chancellor of ICFI and currently advising the group ICFI group. And we are also expecting Professor Ram Mohan Rao from the Andhra Pradesh State Council, my colleague in my sister state. So the plan is to have 15 minutes each, max. And then if there is time, we will come back for some kind of discussion points, but we will have to close by 11:40. So I request the speakers, and I know all of them are eager to speak. And also it's an important day for us because there's a oath-taking ceremony in the government. So some of the speakers may come in and then leave a little early. But this session, we have 3 speakers already there for the last half an hour. May I request Professor B.J. Rao, Vice Chancellor of University of Hyderabad, to give his distinguished address. Let's put our hands together. Thank you, sir. We thought we'll have this in a more informal manner instead of making sitting arrangements. So this is the slight change you see.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you for this summit, Industry Education Combined Summit. I will just briefly touch upon very important points which are very, very relevant for the current times. The basic foundation for this dialogue today is the power of education. Education, when you look at its journey, started as a journey for acquiring knowledge, to understand oneself and to understand the systems. And over several centuries of these deep efforts by deep thinkers, education has accumulated deep insights of the entire system that we are part of. So with the knowledge came the transformation of becoming power from education system. So education became transformed from knowledge to power. And that's a very important transformation where human elements take over. It is here that we need to pause and take a deep look at how education actually becomes a power. Power for society, power for countries, power for systems at large. When we talk about the power, we only talk about the power that can transform humanity. And therefore now, education has become a very powerful tool in multiple ways to transform the fundamentals of humanity in their living patterns, in their thinking patterns, in the way they develop economically, etc., and to attain even sustainable developmental goals. So we are at that crossroad, especially India, the rapidly developing country. is at a crossroad to harness the best power of education and technology. We have a time window of about 10, 20, 30 years now. Three different ways. One most important way is to generate very insightful and very committed teachers pool. The society is crying for good teachers, teachers who can actually transmit the power of education. Not necessarily at higher education level, but at a lower rung. That lower rung has developed a lot of gap. This summit doesn't have any meaning unless that lower rung is taken care of very, very effectively. We must generate that committed, inspiring teacher pool at the lower rung all over the country. This has been a crying need for decades. We have not addressed that issue very, very well. We have to address that issue now. If we don't address that issue, none of these make much more sense in a real way. Once we develop the talent pool at the teacher level, I think the students will spring up, the real students who will crave for inner knowledge, crave for real insights, crave for deep thinking, crave for some very powerful skills. These things come from inner craving of the students that gets generated when they are infected by inspiring classroom teachers. You just need one such teacher in your life. Go find it. That's the job of the education. The entire job of education ecosystem is to match the student with one inspiring teacher. The rest is all paraphernalia. If we can create that kind of ecosystem, I think we will have enough number of thought leaders in making in the form of students who will be well equipped with all kinds of gadgets which are available now. Technology is a really level playing field in the world now. It is getting easily accessible to most parts of the society. The cost is coming down significantly. So technology will be available to everybody. Whoever can harness it very productively, very effectively is the winner. Ultimately, the education that you're talking about, the power you're talking about is only a stored battery. Unless you take the stored battery, put it in your appliance and run it for productive processes, you're not done. How do you do this? So you need to create students who are ready to go and do it. This is the mind process. Ultimately, all paraphernalia put aside, it is the mind that has to be triggered. Ultimately, if you have your ecosystem that can trigger the minds towards doing bigger and better things, then many things will roll on. We have a time window. India as a nation has a time window. And in this time window, we have the youth ready. Aspirational youth is getting ready. We need to make the teachers ready. Toolkits are getting ready. India is doing its toolkits in-house here. We are not dependent as we used to be in the past. So all the recipes that are useful for India to get there are getting assembled in the system now. You can see it. You can see it in your daily activities. And this time window is very crucial. These summits should identify 1, 2, 3, 4 important gap areas that we go and address. Some of us actually work towards addressing those gap holes all the time. And gap holes are fundamentally very, very, very difficult gap holes now. All the low-lying fruits are plucked up. The gap holes which are there, generating inspirational teachers is a very difficult task. Generating students who are extremely motivated is not an easy task, but we have to do it. It's doable. How to do it in whatever is required in the ecosystem, we should do it. Now, the paraphernalia aside, when we have the capabilities, when we have the resources now, we are 5th largest economy, getting to 4th. Let's assume we have the resources. I think we have the resources. What we seriously lack is our inability to work together. We don't work together. We don't work with our neighbors. We don't identify the talent in our neighbor and complement with our talent. That has never been in our system. All the talents is there, all the recipes there, all the ingredients are there, it is accessible, students are aspirational. Everything is sort of is happening, but nothing is happening. Nothing is happening because the real race is real race. In the real race, if you want to be there, we need to do certain harder things in a much more effective manner. Times have come for us to harness all our resources which are available in a very synergistic manner, using educational tools, technology tools, business tools, whatever is at our disposal, and do it very, very well. It is doable. We start from the bottom-up approach, take care of the bottom holes, and then we inch towards it. There is time window for it, but that time window is limited. Does the system do for you? If I sit back in a dark room and ask, who am I? Is there a system that it should do for me? The answer is no. You are the system. There is no other system. You are very much part of that system. You are the core of the system. You have to do it. The moment we realize, I think changes will start happening. The moment we say that, oh, that system is not doing it. I want to do it, but the system is not ready. You are separate from the system. That thought is a defeating thought. And we must get out of that mindset. You are part of the system and you do it. And you keep doing it in spite of not seeing any results. This is the best part of the challenge. You may not see any results for a long time, but not doing it is not an option, in my opinion. And when you start doing this, going through this very arduous journey of not seeing the results, not seeing any tangible benefits, it's all dark everywhere. When you go through this process, there will be rays of light. And you will start seeing it. And things will accelerate. That is the nature of the construct that we are part of. Therefore, it requires fair amount of deep contemplation from within before you actually get down to doing this business in the real world. So it's a very interesting process, and I feel blessed to be part of this transition that India is going through. I wish I were a lot more younger, but I am what I am, and I will do what I can. But the younger generation, I think, will significantly benefit in these efforts that we are all part of. India has gone through very deep transitions. We came through a deep morass extremely well. Given our complexity, we have done extremely well, and we could do much better than what we have done. So my generation is very proud of our achievements. I'm sure Mahendra Reddy Garu and all will agree. My generation is very, very proud of our achievement because we have brought the country at a transition state where it can start touching the number 1 point. It's possible to do it. So I request my younger generation, that includes myself, to keep up the momentum and accelerate the momentum and go to the touch line in a time-bound manner. Every moment is precious. And these kind of summits, I think, at least in me, will summon up extra energy so that I can talk to you all. I don't have any particular agenda to communicate. The only agenda is the country. The country and number one touch point. Limited time window, but there is time window and we are all ready. Recipe is there, toolkits are there. We have some gap holes. We take care of those gap holes in a time-bound manner. This is all very clear. Let's just do it. Thank you very much.
So that was a lovely speech by our Professor Basuthakar Jagdishwara Roy, sir. So can we please give a round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. So next, to felicitate him, I would like to invite Sri Sudhakar Rao, sir, on stage, please. Okay. So may I please invite Professor B.J. Rao on stage first? And then to felicitate, I would like to invite Sri Sudhakar. Once again, thank you very much for the lovely speech. Thank you very much once again. And for the next, I would like Sri Jayesh Ranjan, sir, IAS Principal Secretary, Information Technology, Electronics and Communication, to please come on stage and speak a few words. Thank you. Can we please give a round of applause for him, please? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to congratulate business world, higher education, and all the contributing institutions for organizing this summit and for inviting me to share some thoughts with all of you. I also do not have any prepared speech to deliver, but some of the thoughts and observations that I have about higher education, I would like to share them briefly. And I'm very delighted that some of the senior most academic leaders of our institutions, higher education institutions, the VCs, pro VCs, directors, they are here. So that way, this is a very important gathering. And to share some of these thoughts also will be quite relevant in the middle of this gathering. So Professor B.J. Rao spoke so passionately about what the first set of educational leaders have done for the country. But I have a very contrarian view. My view is that if India is lagging behind today as compared to the developed world on many parameters, one of the main reasons is the failure of higher education. So we can look at whether the glass is half full or half empty. We can say that whatever India has achieved today is because of higher education. But at the same time, we can also conclude that whatever India has failed to achieve is also because of higher education. Professor Rao highlighted some of the points, particularly about the disparities between, see, all of us are representing some of the best, the top-notch higher educations in our city today, in our state today. But there are so many others which attract large number of students where the quality parameters are abysmal. In fact, I had the chance to be the officiating Vice Chancellor of JNTU as many of you would know, the state engineering university is called JNTU. I was there for almost 1 year, 8 months. And as a part of my responsibility, I used to interact with colleges which are affiliated to JNTU. And I could clearly see that of the 100 and odd, 180 odd colleges which were affiliated, engineering colleges, then there are pharma colleges as well. But I'm talking about the engineering colleges, there was a very clear gap between, let us say, the top 20, the next 20, and therefore thereafter everyone else. The kind of placement record, the kind of academic achievement, the kind of ability and competence of the students to do anything by themselves also was extremely varying between the top 20, 30 colleges and the remaining ones. Of course, the shortage of teachers is something which Professor B.J. Rao highlighted, the gap in a large pool of qualified teachers. And as he pointed out, the teaching process is not just classroom transactions, but are you able to inspire that student or not? So there used to be a vast difference between these colleges and the rest of them. Now that, there are no easy solutions to it. We cannot suddenly flood the country with high caliber teachers in a short period of time. Are there alternatives to it? So what in JNTU, we had started some exercise, though we could not complete it, but hopefully it is happening in other institutions. We had thought of 3 things. One is, again, something which I had first noticed in BITS Pilani. This is very much pre-COVID. It has been happening in BITS Pilani for decades altogether. See, as we know, there are 4 campuses of BITS. But what they do is that whichever is the faculty member in a particular discipline in their campus, in the best campus, he takes classes for all the campuses through virtual. They have a huge telepresence, Cisco's hardware, and it is a virtual classroom. Like the teacher may be in Pilani or in Goa or in Dubai, but students in Hyderabad will get the same experience, the same learning experience. There's so many other technology tools also. So are we using technology to fill the gap of good quality teachers that is available? The other possibility, again, many universities and higher educational institutions have it, which is to take visiting faculty, adjunct faculty, take people who have credibility, who have competence, but they can't have a full-fledged teaching career. Can we involve them in larger ways? Can we give them more responsibility? Can we relax some of the rules? There may not be PhDs at at the level of academic qualifications which is required. Can we still recruit them and give them dedicated responsibility? The third is changing the teaching methodology itself. In many of these colleges, which I spoke about, where the quality standards are lower, we tried something very interesting, and it ran very successfully for some years. With the help of Indian School of Business, we introduced a module in which is called the Technology Entrepreneurship Program, TEP. So the students, as many of us are aware, students typically in an engineering college are required to work on a project in their 3rd year, typically. And in some of these colleges that I spoke about, in fact, I used to hear rumors. I hope they were not true, but rumors were that project reports would be sold for some 1,000 rupees. You buy a project report, change your name and submit. So the whole activity was seen just as a formality. You submit something, some 30-40 marks will be given to you. You are not expected to do any original work. The faculty will not demand any great quality. It's just a formality that I submitted something, got 40 marks, and I'm done with that activity. In some of these colleges, we try to change the way this whole activity is taken up by introducing, with the help of ISB, this program called TEP. So the idea was that every student will now develop something which can be converted into a business plan. There will be an application of technology that will be shown, but it will also be taken to the next level on how that technology can be made useful for community or some particular user groups, how it will be commercialized. And ISB faculty trained some of the faculty members in those colleges to run that program. And I remember I had attended the graduation ceremony of some of those TEP students. and I found their ideas. They were from rural colleges, remote colleges, typically colleges whom we don't even know that they exist, because they are not the ones, they are not the big names in Hyderabad that everyone talks about. They are from rural areas, districts. And when the students presented some of their ideas of the TEP, I was really astonished. They were as good as some of the best startups in our T Hub and other institutions. So this method of teaching, like you engage them through activity-based training, teaching. My daughter currently is in a higher educational institution. She's studying in Ashoka University in Sonipat. And occasionally I try to kind of check what is she studying, what work is she doing. And I'm amazed to see the kind of activity-based teaching which is happening there. And she's so engrossed in her studies. I mean, I don't find so many students who are actually enjoying their college life and their college days. I remember I went to IIM Calcutta. My classmate Prasad is sitting there. There was something very unique about IIM Calcutta, which was that attendance was not compulsory, which is very unusual. I mean, you're completely free. If you want, you need not attend even one day of class in your entire 2 years. But if you clear all the exams, you will get your degree. You may even come on the director's list. You can be in the roll of honor without attending even a single class. But we found that even though on paper this freedom was there, that attendance is not compulsory. Even 1% attendance is not compulsory. We found that students used to go to classes. I mean, even though it was not compulsory. Of course, in the second year, when I decided to prepare for the IAS exams, I benefited from this facility, and I would miss classes. I would sleep in the day, prepare for the IAS in the night, and so on and so forth. But in general, no one missed class because the teaching was so engrossing, and people realized that there is a value of every subject which is being taught. Because when you join the world of a management professional after you complete your MBA program, you will be expected to perform right from day one. So there is no kind of learning time or landing time. You're expected to show results. And if you don't learn adequately, if you're not prepared adequately, you will just falter and you will be completely exposed and shamed, and your career will collapse. So how do you structure your classroom? How do you structure the teaching learning process? How do you make it relevant? That is again something which is very, very important. So how do you use technology? How do you bring resources which are not immediately available, but can we creatively add resources in a way that serves our purpose? The other point which I would like to make is that every student who joins higher educational institution is coming with some expectations. There are his or her own expectations and the expectations of his family members also. I see many students when I was in JNTU, as I said, I used to see many students who typically would come from families where they were the first ones to attend college. No one else in their families have gone to college before, or if at all they've gone to a college, they may have gone for a basic kind of a undergrad program, etc. So there are lots of family expectations also. And is there any way in which we respond to their expectations in a more focused way? Of course, one very obvious expectation is that you should become ready for the job market. And to that extent, we know that the courses which are taught in our institutions, they are foundational. Job skills are a little bit more than that. But are we able to provide guidance? And job skills are something which are extremely individual focused. In a classroom teaching, I teach to everyone. There are, let us say, 50 students. I give a lecture which is aimed at all 50 students. But when it comes to job preparedness, my skill gaps will be very different from someone else's gap. I may require more coaching in language. I may require more coaching in presentation. Someone else may require some other kind of activity. So can we attach that component as a very important component of our classroom education? The other opportunity these days, which is coming in large numbers, is that of entrepreneurship. As we see today, some number of students who are passing out, they still rely on jobs, organized sector jobs, but a large number of them are switching over to entrepreneurship, doing their own things. I'm on the board of Triple IT Hyderabad for the last 9 years now. And I can share something very interesting. So the Triple IT director, I see that he's in one of the panels, but I don't see him right now. So in the board meetings, normally during December, January, when the board meeting happens, he gives placement data. How many students got placed? What was the highest salary? What is the average salary? What is the overseas placement? And these numbers are very impressive. Year after year, they are improving because, as we all know, Triple IT is one of the most premier educational institutions here. But invariably in all these presentations, I have asked one question, and the question which I put is that how many students have opted out of placement? Despite getting the best, the Googles and Amazons and the Microsofts of the world, how many students chose not to participate in the placement process? So he shares that data. And if you disaggregate that data, who are those students who are not taking part in placement? You will see 4 categories. One category are students who are going to the US for higher studies. As you know, Triple IT sends lots of students and many other colleges also. So that trend continues. Some are students who want to appear in government exams like civil services, etc., etc. That number is small, but that number is also steady. There are some number of students who are making a shift. So as you know, engineering and MBA is a very common combination. People do their engineering and then they do their MBA. So many of these students are joining some MBA program. That number is also small, but more or less steady. But one number which is growing year after year after year is the number of students who have chosen to become entrepreneurs. They're not going to US, they're not doing their MBA, they're not appearing for the IAS exam, but they have already got some idea. They want to start their own company. And this number, I don't have precise recollection now, but this number, to the best of what I recollect, is in excess of 10% plus. It is around between 13 and 14%, close to 15%. So 15% of Triple IT students have decided to become entrepreneurs. And I'm very sure that this number, this phenomenon rather, will come to every institution in our country. Whether you're teaching sciences, humanities, commerce, pharmacy, law, engineering, of course, people will look up to becoming entrepreneurs. But how are we preparing students to become entrepreneurs? We hardly have any kind of program. There are some colleges, some institutions which have some kind of an entrepreneurship cell or innovation cell, but those are also run in a kind of a way which is not really providing very in-depth kind of understanding of entrepreneurship. And again, entrepreneurship is a topic which cannot be taught through lectures. Like you cannot read the definition of entrepreneurship and tell person that this is how you define entrepreneurship. The best way to teach entrepreneurship is by an entrepreneur himself, who has possibly succeeded, possibly not succeeded, but whatever journey he has had, that lesson is the best way to understand entrepreneurship, and then through small projects, etc. So do we have people who have this caliber or this experience or this expertise to train students about entrepreneurship? It is not to say that everyone will become entrepreneur, but at least the seeds of entrepreneurship, if they can be sown at that stage in the life of the student, those who wish to become, they will get that added advantage. As all of us know, we have institutions like the T Hub here, to which brilliant people come. Some of the poster boys of the startup world, they come here to visit, to see, to interact. And I have talked to many of them. And many of them mention that in their college days, if they had a facility like this, their struggle period would have come down drastically, even though they are very successful today. But they also went through a period of difficulty, struggle, effort. And they told that had someone, many of them are students of IITs and all. And they told that even in IITs, no one was there to teach them about entrepreneurship or guide them about innovation, etc. So these are some of the need of the hour. These are the trends towards which the entire world is moving. And the faster we do it in India, as Professor Bijay pointed out, the better it will be for our country, our growth aspirations, our society. And in thereafter, we will all take pride in mentioning that the higher educational institutions of our country really performed so well that India is a superpower today in every aspect. So I wish the rest of the conference all the best. Unfortunately, I may have to leave because of the swearing in ceremony of the new Chief Minister, but I look forward to staying connected with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jayesh Ranjan sir, for such an enlightening speech that you have given. So I would request you to please stay back for a minute, and I would request Sri Sudhakar Roy sir to please come and felicitate. Can we please have the flowers? Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a round of applause for such an enlightening speech that sir has given? May I please invite Professor J. Mahinder Reddy sir to come and speak a few words. He is the Distinguished Advisor, ACAF Society. Can we please give a round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen?
Professor B.J. Rao, Sri Jayesh Ranjan, Dr. Jayesh Ranjan, Mr. Sudhakar Rao, and the Telangana State, Venkatramana, Vice Chairman, Telangana State Council for Higher Education, distinguished delegates. We have heard excellent speeches, both by Professor B.J. Rao and Dr. Ranjan. Professor B.J. Rao focused on the importance of teachers, and Sri Jayesh Ranjan focused on several other things, including entrepreneurship. Even on the teacher's point of view, very interesting observations. I congratulate them. What I'm going to say is coming more out of my experience as 14 years as the Vice Chancellor of ICWA Foundation for Higher Education. I will draw on that experience because whatever we have benefited from it, I would like to share. First of all, I come back to the point that teacher is the foundation, as B.J. Rao said. Teacher is the foundation. Now, how my questioning, what is the remedy? Problem is there. Quality of higher education in India or in Telangana is not that high. It is good. As Mr. Dr. Jayesh Ranjan said, there are a few excellent institutions. But what about the majority? And we have to be concerned about the majority, the question Mr. Jayesh Ranjan has raised. So we have got in every college, every university, all the 1,000 universities have academic staff colleges. There is also human resource development institutions there. What I would just like to say is that there are, as B.J. Rao said, paraphernalia. There are 110 Madan Mohan Malavya teacher training centers across the country. Some universities are not, there are only 110, but 1,000 universities. 900 universities don't have. What I'm suggesting is that such of those universities we do not have should coordinate, should sign an MOU, or should work with these institutions where there are these Madan Mohan Malavya centers. The Hyderabad University has, Usmania has, JNTU has. What is their objective is to improve the quality of education at all levels, infusing equality and excellence. Pedagogy, focus on pedagogy. Improve faculty's practical and soft skills. Ensure holistic development to develop multidisciplinary and critical thinking, which is very important. Quality research in line with local, national, and global needs to make it known that higher education is for social upliftment and inclusivity. How many times our Prime Minister has mentioned about inclusive growth? That is the focus. But these are objectives. How are we going to achieve? That's the big challenge. So that's a challenge. But at least I want to bring it to this distinguished audience that here are 110 Madan Mohan Malaviya institutes of teacher training, because teacher is the crucial word. So they may provide something more than what the academic staff colleges or other centers of learning are there in different universities. So we must get the benefit of it, because the chairman of the UGC has mentioned about it quite a few number of times, and there's a good document on it. I come to the second point. We need to focus on, the entire focus on the national education policy is one word: outcome-based education. This is very important word, very interesting word. Now, in my opinion, what does it include? What does outcome-based education include? We want outcome to be good. What do we mean by that? There should be conceptual clarity, communication skills, critical thinking, application orientation, and a research mindset. We are not asking you should publish papers. No, no. We are asking you should have a research mindset. You should ask questions which should result into research. Inputs are increasing by a certain rate, but output is increasing at a much higher rate. What is the reason? So this type of questions have to be asked in the classroom. So that is why teacher training very big. First of all, teachers should have that research mindset. Teachers should have that critical thinking. Teachers should have the ability to set an examination which assess the critical thinking, not just a mechanical approach of write sharp notes or anything. I think that's very, very important. Now, another point I have mentioned is application orientation. This is very important. You see, whatever is happening in the real world, which you do today, whether it is on rupee-dollar exchange rate or any other aspect, whether it is in physics or biology, you must relate it to the application. That is most important dimension. And that will be clear only when you are, first of all, clear about the concept and see how you are able to see the application, whether it is in political science or philosophy or economics, whatever it may be. Now, what I want to mention, you see, is case approach is another approach which at ICFA University is adopted very widely, particularly in the business school, but it can be applied in others also, in law and other faculties. Now, the ICFA University has a case research center which has developed 6,000 cases, and we means ICFA is a member of the United Kingdom-based Case Research Center, which is the largest case repository in the world. Where are the number of cases produced most in the world? In UK. And we produce 6,000 cases up until now. Our cases are taught in no fewer than 870 business schools across 75 countries, of which more than 100 are AACSB accredited institutions. You will be glad to know that less than 5% of the institutions in the country, in India, are accredited by the Association for Advancement of Schools of Business, AACSB. Our university business school only, not the entire university. Entire university has got A+, A double plus, but the business school got accredited by AACSB, and across 7, which more than 100 AACSB accredited institutions across the world, including, what I'm saying is the cases produced here are used in more than 100 AACSB accredited institutions, including INSEAD, Columbia University in New York, California, Berkeley, Johns Hopkins, London Business School, ISB, Indian School of Business, which Mr. Jayesh Ranjan has mentioned, Oxford University and Cambridge University, and is ranked second in the world, next only to Harvard. This is the achievement of this university here by bringing in application orientation. And these cases are not just used and sent abroad. They are used in the classroom here in Hyderabad and in several other institutions associated with ICFA and some of the other business schools. So what I'm trying to say is, this is how at ICFI, the problem of application orientation is being solved. It can be in a different manner. You need not have cases. You can have other cases, but you explain with examples how you can apply this concept into the real world. That is the responsibility of the teachers. The next point I would like to mention about is now research. What about research? Research is extremely important to become a good teacher. Teaching and research are two sides of the same coin. So in my opinion, research is very important, and low quality of research, low quality of PhDs, low quality of teaching is a vicious circle, and we need to break this vicious circle to get out of the poor quality of higher education in India. Now, I am not saying there is a oasis, very high top institution. I'm not saying, I'm talking about the majority. Still, a lot of improvement is required. That's what I feel. And that requires a good quality of the PhD program. Now, what is the remedy? I'm asking the question, what is the remedy? Introduce a good quality of the PhD. Now, during the 14 years of the Vice Chancellor, we have introduced a PhD program in ICFI, in Hyderabad, here in Dontanpalli, wherein we introduced a compulsory full 1 year rigorous coursework. What I'm saying is whether the student comes from 3+2, according to the new education policy, or 4+0, that honors with research are 4+1. Honors without research, but he needs to be a 1 year postgraduate. Whatever you do, you need to go through a 1 year full rigorous coursework, which is based on journal articles, and the student should understand the journal articles so that he will be ready, and then complete successfully a PhD qualifying examination, so that it's a passport to him to write a thesis. Why our quality PhD theses are not up to the mark is that they don't have the sufficient background, either in the research methodology or in the area in which the student is writing the thesis. So that has to be covered through a 2 year, 1 year. We have introduced a 1 year rigorous coursework. It's absolutely rigorous, and followed by a PhD qualifying examination for qualifying. What is the outcome? Since time is short, I won't go into the detail. What has been the outcome of this experiment? Several of those, all of those PhDs are employed, well employed. About 40% are faculty here. Why did we introduce this PhD program? Because we were advertising, we are not getting enough applicants. Posts are still vacant. So how do we can't sacrifice the quality to hire a faculty. We don't hire just for the sake of hiring. So we have hired about 40% of the total number of PhDs, and the remaining have been absorbed by IIM Ahmedabad, IIM Calcutta, IIM Indore, and several other IIMs, IITs, and a few other institutions in US, UK, and Australia. So that has been the outcome, result of this, of our introducing this PhD program. The next point I would like to say is, it is also, you might have heard about our G20 meet. Now, one of the important things is sustainable development goals. I feel that our universities should not ignore SDGs. It's important, but you see, recently there was the G20 meet. There is also meet of the United Nations to review the progress of SDGs. Unfortunately, started in 2015, 223, we are in the midpoint, and 230 is the end of the game. The targets reached in this, if you look at the midterm appraisal of the SDGs, we have not reached the targets anywhere close to, or only about 10% have been reached. So one point which is being discussed in Indian universities is that what role Indian universities can play in order to achieve the SDG goals. Number one, integrate the SDGs into the curriculum. You see, in the curriculum you are teaching, SDGs should be integrated. Promote research that aligns with the SDGs, emphasizing innovation and practical solutions to real-world problems. Establish partnership with governments, business, and other education institutions to collaborate on projects that advance the SDGs. Involves students in the process of community engagement. Make the campus itself a model of sustainability by implementing energy and water conservation measures, reduce waste, and promote sustainable transportation options. Students should feel they are a part of it to contribute to a better environment through SDGs. The next point I would like to say is Indian knowledge system. You see, Indian knowledge system. This is again a new concept which we have gotten through the national education policy. We must introduce these concepts so that students should understand ideally what the UGC chairman says. He was with in our university a couple of months back for the convocation. He wants the Indian knowledge system to be integrated with what we are teaching in the class now. That's a big challenge. It's not so easy, but at least my opinion is students should feel proud of the fact that about the Indian knowledge, earlier Indian heritage and Indian knowledge. Now, before I close, I would like to say the practice. What are some of the practices which we should follow in order to enhance the quality of the higher education? Weekly faculty seminars. It should be there in every department, every faculty, so that it contributes to better research. Collaboration with foreign universities. Collaborative approach in hosting international conferences. Seed money project. University it costs money. You require money. You cannot get quality without money. That is ruled out. You have to spend money. One of the areas to be spent money by every university in Telangana is that there should be seed money granted to the faculty by a research committee or something like that. Sizable fellowship for research scholars pursuing PhD. It should be attractive because to attract the students to do PhD, they must get sizable fellowship. Organization of MDPs. You see, collaboration with industry and government. This is very important. Industry, academia, and government. Three have to be one. You see, there's expertise in government. Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, for example, you have to draw that expertise to the universities. There's so much expertise in industry. You have to draw that expertise to the industry. As Mr. Jayesh Ranjan said, they can come as practice professors. You see, they need not have PhD, but he has got a lot of experience in industry, and he need not teach a course. We at ICFA University have 10% of the course can be taught by from industry or government official. And also having research projects, having research projects and consultancy projects, which is very, very important. That comes in as a result of alumni associations. That's very, very important. The link with the alumni association will get you into a closer to the industry and the government. To hire faculty to develop the necessary environment for and provide support, provide financial support to generate. This is again, I just want to a little elaboration of what Mr. Jayesh Ranjan said is startups. We have created a Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. So that provides a foundation. You see, he gave the example that some people felt that if they had only exposure to this, they need not have to spend so many years which they have spent to get into the entrepreneurship. So it's extremely important because we want our universities to produce job creators rather than job seekers. So this has to be given due importance, and it has to be done by offering courses on entrepreneurship and not just taught only by the faculty, because they're mostly textbook oriented. You must get people from outside, T-Hub, other from there to get, and then create that entrepreneurial spirit. At least 5% of them hope that will become entrepreneurs every year. So Every college must have a center for entrepreneurship. It's not that only in the university campus. A college should have an innovation as well as an incubation center, and ensure that they contribute. They may not be successful in becoming entrepreneurs, but the mindset will change. That's what I want. Before they enter the labor force, they will be better managers with these entrepreneurial skills. Now, in view of the shortage of time, I will be brief. There are other best practices, such as, what are the other best practices followed, which we are following and which has resulted in 100% placement, etc. Internships, which is extremely important. It's hands-on experience, and it helps in placements. Vocational training, placement training, that is also important. Continuous evaluation, this is very important. Not just the midterm and the final. No. Term papers, project reports, balanced approach to curriculum. This is very important. We need to think, this is what the national education policy is. We need to combine curricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities, combine all three to achieve twin objectives of academic excellence and human excellence. We want every student need not get A or B, but as a human being, he is excellent. That I think everybody can achieve. But academic excellence also, majority of them can. We should achieve the twin objectives of academic excellence and human excellence. Now, just to, before I close, one point which is very important, all vice chancellors should note is, what is the progress on SWAYAM? What is the progress on MOOCs? What is the progress on NPTEL? This must be brought in and discussed in IQAC meetings. You should have IQAC meetings every quarter, and we have every quarter. You see? And IQAC, what is it? Internal Quality Assurance. Quality, that is the most important word. And quality is not only in teaching, quality is in research, quality is in infrastructure, quality in administration, everything. So this IQAC meeting should continuously, constantly review what is the progress in SWAYAM. The UGC permits up to 40%. But have we made a beginning? Are we at 5%? Why we are not even at 5%? And what is the advantage? You get the benefit of excellent professors from IITs and IIMs and central universities teaching those courses. It is not easy to get such competent faculty in the colleges, in the other universities. There are some are excellent faculty. There's no doubt about it. But it's difficult to get. There are shortage. You have got access to attend those lectures and also take them for credit, write the examination, not auditing. Auditing will not help. No. It should be taking for credit, and every college should monitor the progress in terms of the percentage enrolled, either through SWAYAM or MOOCs, because the numbers are more important. You see? And in terms of number, those who have registered for courses and what grades they have got, that must be monitored by the IQAC. I would even suggest discussed at the board level, because such an important measure, good for the university. Now, when the IQAC meetings go on, when you are reviewing, what is important is, days are gone when you say we had 34 publications, now we are having 50. Those days are gone. The present day is, you have published first quarter, second quarter, third quarter. From first quarter to second quarter, what is the progress? Progress is not just number of publications, but the quality of publications. We have to think in terms of what is the H index of your publication. What is the H index of what is the impact factor of your publication? So quality is very important, and that quality is important not only in research and in all aspects, and that should be reviewed either in the board. Personally, I am in favor of discussing at the board level, because it's the highest body. But IQAC is a standard. Similarly, progress on patents, startups, etc. I'll stop here. I'll be glad to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
I would request you to please stay back, Professor J. Mahendra Reddy, sir. And that was a marvelous speech by our Professor J. Mahendra Reddy, sir. So can we please give a round of applause for him? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So to felicitate our Professor J. Mahendra Reddy, sir, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Sri Sudhakar Rao, sir. Can we please have the flowers? Can we please give a round of applause for him? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so yes, ladies and gentlemen, few members will be joining us throughout the day. And until then, I would like to invite Sri Sudhakar Rao, sir, for the conclusion.
Happy morning to all the distinguished participants. In the interest of time, I am rushing. I didn't allow her to actually complete what she wanted to say, but I will finish exactly in 2 minutes, and you can start counting. This happy morning has been made bright by the luminaries who have spoken today this morning. Professor B.J. Rao, his favorite topic of transforming humanity, the power of education, and how the lives and thinking and the quality of life we are going to lead will change because we have to tap into the endless potential that we all have. He talked about 3 very important aspects, and the first one is generating an inspiring pool of teachers. Very difficult to do, but very, very important to do. Second, create that craving in the students so that they have endless curiosity to pursue a lot of their dreams, activities, and then ultimately what learning or education is a personal activity will fructify in becoming a useful tool for developing this country. So we need to develop a craving for the students, very interestingly put. And the third one is, which Professor B.J. Rao very nicely puts, the paraphernalia, the ecosystem, the support, the tools. One of them is technology, and many others are there, like infrastructure. With this, I'm sure India is going to earn its place in the Committee of Nations with the largest productive youngest population that we have, and the time window that we have is only 3 decades, and hopefully we will be able to do that. That has set the tone for this summit, sir. Thank you so much. Dr. Jayesh Ranjan, the administrative bureaucrat and policymaker, my favorite, and he has spoken very well about the contrarian view, but I'll not go there. I'll talk about very important takeaways. The important takeaway is that the courses that we teach are foundational and the job skills are supposed to be individual. Now, how do we combine? This is a big challenge, and we need to take this home and apply in our own institutions and see how we combine these things to develop the human resources that we have so that they are useful to the country. The second important takeaway, and very, very nicely put through various anecdotes of his own experience and what he has observed in various leading schools in the country and abroad, is the entrepreneurship, how institutions can drive entrepreneurship. What cannot be completely plainly taught will also have to be using other methods to build entrepreneurship among students. These are extremely, extremely important points. And Professor Mahendra Reddy, our own academic leader, distinguished advisor to ICFI, has talked about using NEP to achieve our goals like inclusive growth, case study approach, which is an application-oriented methodology, and then research has to be very significant and quality research is required. And entrepreneurial thinking is extremely important, whether you work for yourself or you work for others. Entrepreneurial thinking to be generated among students, and that is going to actually help us. I'm sure at the end of this summit, by the end of this day, we would have lessons and takeaways of shaping India for the next 25 years, so that India in 2047, when India is at 100, I think we will be in the top rank for the world to look at and learn from, how we can be beacon of leaders and leadership and learning. I think those clear bullet points will have to be drawn at the end of the day. And all of us will have to pursue that agenda for the next 25 years so that the youngsters, the younger generation, which is watching us, we better behave appropriately and create enough of lessons and leave behind a good legacy that this younger generation will lead this country forward and will be a great nation as we are going to be hitting 100 years in 2047. From now to the next 25 years, there's a great agenda for us to follow. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions, our luminaries will take those questions. You can raise, we'll rotate the mic. Is that okay? Yeah. Any questions, please? Yeah. Sure. Don't allow your questions to evaporate. We'll take a group picture. I'll request Professor BJ Rao, Dr. J.S. Ranjan, and Professor Mahendra Reddy, Professor Venkatramana V to come on stage for a group photo.
Thank you very much for the concluding remarks, Sri Sudhakar Rao sir. So if anyone has any question, or we can take that forward. Thank you. So anyone in the hall, if there are any questioners or if there are any questions to be asked, please.
Not particularly meant to any particular of the presenters. We know it's very tough to create committed and passionate teachers. So the problem has been identified. The issue is how do we go doing it? And we're going to with that. How part if somebody can add very nice background. Many of you have been senior academicians who have led institutions. There are some better practices that we can look at, or next practices need not be best practices. I would be very happy to be enlightened. Thank you.
I think there one more hand is raised. So can you please pass on the mic?
Good morning to everyone. I am Dr. VP Singh from Great Lakes Institute of Management, Gurgaon. So I was very happy to see this first session, and largely the nation has been thinking that there is a problem of supply in case of education, but it's been very aptly brought out that it is largely the demand. In order to generate the demand, the institutions are promising excellent placements. There is competition. Huge amount of supply has been created. But in order to keep the student attentive, make them work on interesting projects, and actually do justice with all that factors of supply that have been given to you, it is becoming very difficult. So I'm really very happy about this, and I wanted to highlight this later in the panel discussions also. Now, why it is not happening? So I, as an economist, see that whatever rewards are designed, those should be done on basis of marginal product of the factors of production. In this entire game of skilling people and creating higher productivity, how much marginal product is being according to the teacher, who has been considered to be the most critical element of this system? So I would request, I don't think that there would be right answers currently, but I would want that people at the higher levels, they should start thinking about it. That what are the incentives being provided to create a great teacher? Thank you so much.
So any more questions that are there, ladies and gentlemen? Please go ahead.
You want me to speak this? There's a question. How do we ensure research is not done for the sake of publication, but for additional value to teaching and industry? Her voice is not good at this time. How do we ensure research is not done in the sake of publication, but for the additional value to teaching industry? I would like to take that. All right. Professor B.J. Rao.
I just want to make a few points about the question that were raised. We all must realize that teacher is a societal construct. You get teachers that you want. If the society doesn't care enough about the teachers, you get the quality of teachers you get. So it's a societal construct. It doesn't happen in thin air. Second point is, in the yesteryears, teachers were produced in an ecosystem where education was done without much of interference from external forces. In the current days, education has been trapped in multiple forces. I don't want to name the forces. Yesteryears was a free time zone where education was done for the sake of education. We must recreate that time zone. We must free education from other forces tapping it. And education will do itself very well. That's number two. Number three, since teacher and education is a societal construct, the system must invest significant amount of resources in education. Any society that does not invest in education, money-wise, resources-wise, that society is doomed to fail. Especially in the primary education, we must invest heavily. These are the things that are doable. These are not utopian ideas. These are doable ideas. Any government that invests methodically very well in primary education will come up on the top in the years to come. There is enough data to that. Except that we have governances who don't care much about primary education. This is our tragedy. Thank you.
Can we please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Some additional remarks on the same question.
The first question, what I would suggest is that the teacher, how do we get good quality teachers? I think what is important is teacher training is important. And although we have got the academic staff colleges, now what is known as Madan Mohan Malavya teacher training centers have been introduced, and the chairman of the UGC has emphasized on it. And I hope teachers will get benefit out of it, and the problem will be solved to a certain extent. But it's certainly a very important question. The second point, Mr. VP Singh, is again relating to the quality of the research. Quality, what I would like to say is, in the entire country and in Telangana also, we must focus on the quality of our PhD degree. What is it that I can do if I am a vice chancellor of a university to enhance the quality of the PhD degree? Because if you improve the quality of the PhD, tomorrow he goes to the class, the quality of teaching will improve. The entire students for generations will get benefit. So focus on producing high quality of the PhD. And the success case I have mentioned with ICFI, where we have produced maybe about 100 plus PhDs. Excellent. And that has helped us solve the problem of our teachers. We were also having the same problem. Where do we get the we have advertised, but the applications are there, PhD is there, but you call for the interview, what happens? You see, that is our concern. So we thought, let us start, and we have started. Now it's over 15 years we have been able to produce. And Syracuse University, due to lack of time, I could not elaborate. We signed MOUs with certain selected universities in US, UK, and Australia. And Syracuse University professor said, we funded, funding is very necessary. You see, we funded their expenses in the US during that 1 year. And at the end of it, he said, after, your students are as good as our students. That I was very happy. Now, the third point, Madam, how do we ensure relevant research? What I would like to request all the vice chancellors sitting here is, concentrate on two things whenever a research project is taken up, either for sponsored research or your own research, or when you are addressing the faculty what to do. Two things: relevance and rigor. Both are important. It should be relevant. As the madam said, it's not just publication, but it has benefit to the industry, benefit to the society, or benefit to the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you please give a round of applause? So yes, ladies and gentlemen, up next, I would like to take an honor to invite our Professor R. Limbadri, sir. He's the chairman, Telangana State Council of Higher Education, to give a speech. Can we please give a round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen?
Good morning to everyone. The 7th Higher Education Summit event taken a very relevant theme for the success of future generations. The success of future generation, how we define, and what type of teaching, learning methods, what type of a quality education we can provide for them is a big challenge for us. So I don't want to take much of your time. Just I want to congratulate the organizers for taking the right initiative at the right time. And the millennium generation's expectations will accommodate and provide support mechanism for their success. So millennium generations have very creative, independent thinking. So how the academic institutions can accommodate the aspirations, expectations of that generation is a big challenge for us. So whatever the existing curriculum, whatever the existing teaching, learning methods, assessment and evaluation system may not be matching the aspirations of the students. So it is the right time to review ourselves, reform ourselves to meet the expectations of this millennium generation's goals. So in that context, Telangana State Council of Higher Education in Telangana are doing their level best to meet the expectations. For that, we have been redesigning of our curriculum, introducing of new courses, trying to industry academia collaborations, and particularly the digital transformation and impact for the future learning as a core theme for them. For that, from the admissions to the exits, those which is a unique in the country of digital admission system, access to everybody, and easy to get admission from anytime, anywhere across the state. So that type of facility to assessment and evaluation system the council has made. And this is the Telangana is unique in terms of enrollment. It is doing good in the gross enrollment ratio, or to meet the goals of the government of India to reach 50% of GR by 2035. At present, the Telangana is doing 39.1, and also for women more than 40.3. So like that, we are trying to meet the national expected goals, and also the aspirations of the students will be matching with the new curriculum and new teaching learning methods. I hope these deliberations will help us to understand the present demand and enhance our capacity to fulfill the goals of the education needs. With these few words, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity.
That was a wonderful speech by our Professor Al Rambadri, sir. So can we please give a round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. So I would request you to please come on the stage, and for felicitation, I would like to invite Sri Sudhakar Rao, sir. Can we please have the flowers? Once again, thank you very much for such a lovely speech. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a round of applause? Thank you very much. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, up next, we are going to have the first panel discussion, that is digital transformation and impact, the future of learning. So I would like to invite Professor P.J. Narayan, Director, International Institute of Information Technology. I would also like to invite Professor S. Srinivasa Murthy, Director, Institute of Public Enterprise, IPE. I would also like to invite Dr. V.P. Singh, Director, PGDM, and Professor, Great Lakes Institute of Management, Gurgaon. I would like to invite Professor S. Ramakrishna Velamuri, Professor and Dean, School of Management, Mahendra University, and also moderator, Professor R. Prasad, Senior Director, Academic Wing, ICAF Group. ICFI Group. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a round of applause for all our speakers here?
Hello. A very good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Thank you to Business World for the summit. We've had a good number of thoughts in the first session of keynote speakers. We now come to a very specific session, which is about digital transformation, learning, impact, the future of learning. We have four very distinguished panel members who have excellent experience in their area of work, very senior, and what I would try to do is to draw from their experience on this particular topic. To introduce the topic, I'd also be happy to state where I'm coming from. It's about 10 years of entrepreneurship to begin with, and that had technology in it, technology-enabled learning in it. And that was followed by 2 stints of intrapreneurship in a group like IPFI. One was with campus-based learning, about 170 odd campuses across the country in management education. And the second is in fully online MBA program, which we launched about 2.5 years back. So this, it's from that experience that I'm trying to come from. But what I'd like to do is to construct from each of your individual experiences. So we set the tone, and let me just start from what our seniors have spoken earlier. So some of those things are, first is, the last AISHE survey said 27% is a gross enrollment ratio, and we want to move to 50%. Now, you know that as you go forward, every percentage is on numbers may look okay, but on quality, there are big question marks. So we'll have to figure that out. That is one. Second is we've got the national education policy, and we need to see how we can incorporate the directions of that. The third is the point about the demographic window and the fact that we may have perhaps 2.5 to 3 decades just to go. And the last is about outcome-based education. So these are some of the points that we're trying to draw. Now, NPTEL was launched in 2003 and SWAYAM in 2017. So what I'd try to do is, I'm coming straight to the point, and this is the opening hypothesis or a problem definition. So I'd request that the slide we put up, there was a slide which was shared. The slide we put up, these are outcomes of what SWAYAM has achieved, including, that includes the NPTEL experience also, what SWAYAM has achieved over the years. And these figures will set the stage for some of the questions that we have. Technology enabled learning, digital transformation, a lot has been said about it. Now, what are the practical issues which come up in that is what we are going to look at. So if it's going to take time, shall I go ahead with? Before the slide comes up, I'll just introduce you to some of the key data points. And this, if you go to the SWAYAM website, it's up there before you. There you are. So I've taken out all the important national coordinators. There are 2 in the school level which I have not taken out. All the other national coordinators are there. So you've got IIM Bangalore for management. You got AICT for all those programs, including foreign universities, that are not part of all the other national coordinators. You've got NPTEL essentially for technology. Then you've got the NITTTR, which is technical teacher training. So in fact, a lot of what teachers in technical education should learn is there. There's something there. Then you've got the UGC itself being a national coordinator, and then you've got the undergraduate done by the Consortium for Educational Communication. So this data is up there on the website for anyone who cares to look at it. What does the data say? There's nothing very wrong with enrollment per course. There are a large number of courses. In fact, content is not a problem. And if you look at the professor names, they're distinguished professors. There's nothing wrong there. So enrollment per course, it's popular or it's moderately popular, but it is there. Now, these figures are cumulative to date for your information. These are cumulative to date. 4,700 is not a bad figure. Now, if you look at the examination registration figures, you'll find that there is a problem. That means from the time that the student has enrolled into the examination registration time, you'll find that in management, it is 1.9%, and the highest out there is NPTEL at 13.9%, which is still very low. So if there are 100 people who are taking NPTEL courses, only 14 are registering for the exams. The next data point is those who qualify based on examination registration. Here too, you will find that except for AICT and NPTEL, where the figures are pretty low based on examination, the others are okay. For online learning, that's fine. I mean, to begin with, it's okay. And some are beginning to look good. The alarming point is the final one, which is enrollment outcome percentage on the certification. Now that figure is, you can see it's ranging between 1.02 in management an area from which I come from, to NPTEL, 7.4%, which is still low. Now, when we say outcome-based education, we say digital transformation, Swayam is the national representative of a very large state-supported initiative, center-supported initiative, where lots of resources have got deployed. And yet, we can see from the outcomes that there is something that we need to do. So this is you can see the research problem out here. And you can have a lot of PhDs around each of them. The figure is clear. Now, before we come to the questions, I'd also invite each of our panel members to express their opening introductory remarks, and then we will examine the question. Narayan, sir.
Thank you, Prasad, and thank you for the organizers for inviting me. I'm been the director of IIIT Hyderabad for the last 10 years and been a professor there, faculty member there for now 23 years. And IIIT just completed 25 years. So I've been there practically from the very start. And IIIT is a case study of, where the institution was established or catalyzed by the state government and the IT industry, but it works outside of any government. Nobody there's an enlightened group of people, the governing council that controls every aspect of it, including appointing its chairperson, appointing its members, and the vice chancellor or director based on the UGC. We are a deemed university, so we also follow the UGC now. So it was set up with a high research intensity in mind. So our teaching is always at the level of, we want our teaching, the research-based curriculum we follow for practically every course. Every course will have things like assignments and projects and term papers, etc. But the point is, the teachers are also top-class researchers, or we want to be, because each course, the sense that the student gets is the last page of the textbook is not the last word in the subject. It's just a window into the subject you have got. You move outside, the sky is up there, and that motivation to pursue that further, that should be the thing that we impart to the student. Now, the digital transformation and other things that have come recently, yes, there are fantastic resources available out there, but it's all ultimately the outcome or the impact is based on the intensity or the deep passion that individual students have. I mean, in today's digital resources available is probably an extension of textbook that were always been available. So it's not very, at least in the recent times, the 20, 30 years, has never heard anyone who's motivated to actually learn it. Maybe, 50 years ago, 70 years ago, our parents' times, etc., they really had to struggle and they had ultra motivation, photocopy textbooks from somewhere else, etc. Today, we are living in a reasonably comfortable world. There are libraries, universities have libraries. So access to textbooks or access to internet today is not by itself an impediment, which means you can have all the best content, but unless you have the true motivation, unless you motivate the student to use it, it's not going to be far more effective. Okay. And these numbers that you put up there is showing that the 4,000 or 5,000 registrations per course is an aspiration. But unless you have full motivation and spend time at it, it's not going to be any more effective than textbooks or whatever other reports. But on the other hand, for those who are motivated, these are extremely good resources because these are not just textbooks. And of course, textbooks are static information. Here it is videos and sometimes interactive and often by the best people and often multiple videos. You go to NPTEL or Swayam, you find the same course. You take machine learning, you take whatever course you want, fluid mechanics. There'll be 5 courses by 5 different experts. So I mean, that kind of access is very good, and they work very well for the motivated people. And I think the experience of, the early experience of the Coursera and edX was that professionals working in industry, when they take this course, they do it not to just put something more in their resume. They do it because they need it. So when they need it, this resource availability, synchronous, asynchronous, helps a lot. And the completion rate among them is higher than the broad completion rate. So again, even in our colleges, you have to motivate the students. Earlier, it was said that teacher should be at the center. Yes, teacher, that's not the browser, right? Browser is not the teacher. They should be someone who is motivating, and the students get the right message on that they should be trying to be not just getting a job, but understanding the subject, mastery of the subject in some way. Jobs will follow. If you don't have mastery, whatever jobs will not last. If you try for mastery, jobs will obviously come. So that message should be given to the student. They should be motivated. Then all these resources become useful. Otherwise, they're just another, some more stuff that is available out there, easily accessible, but not benefiting the society. I'll stop here. Thank you.
At the outset, thank you so much, organizers and all the faculty, academy who are here to listen to the views and give their suggestions. I come from Great Lakes Institute of Management. We have been a very, very innovative business school, and we tried to capture the tide of IT industry. A large number of IT people, after 3-4 years time, they find themselves slightly redundant within it. There is a huge competition from lower, younger generation. So we used that, then we moved into energy, and then we moved into big data. And we are amongst the leading institutions in the area of artificial intelligence and machine learning. My role has been in this institution to create more joy in learning. I'm coming abruptly to it. The idea is, I always believe that there is a very large supply of education resources. If we look at the NIRF rankings, the total teaching learning resources are excellent. A large amount of that is being reported. But it has always been challenged in all kinds of institutions to get the attention of the student, to make them do quality work, keep them enthusiastic about outputs, and their desires are a lot. So when we talk about demand here, this demand for education is to be treated very differently to demand for whatever analysis we've been doing for products, services, other things. This is very different because it is not just the ability to buy, it is not just the willingness to buy, because banks are there to provide you the ability to buy. Willingness to buy, yes, each one of them wants to have a degree. But then willingness to buy here has to be substituted with willingness to put in that effort, which we all find very difficult, and it is rational. I think the most difficult thing in this world is to learn, to skill, to get education. So it will not happen in abundance. There will have to be a lot of effort which is going in. Now we are very much into the space of digital transformation. We're using it to a very large extent. And in general, society is also consuming a lot of digital content. While coming from my hotel to here, I've been consuming certain amount of digital education. Last evening, we were discussing about, through email, we discussed certain points about what do we have to do on this. A quick research on variety of things we did before we came here. This is all digital transformation. But the numbers here, 1% outcomes, we shouldn't be too pessimistic about it. A large amount of consumption of digital education may not be actually contributing to degrees earned. And I think that's not going to be the objective also. Second, before I would not want to take too much of time, two things I wanted to bring here. One is the gap of demand and supply. The other thing which I wanted to do was when the government is providing all these resources, when the government says that we need to increase the gross enrollment ratio, this is the macro aspect. Individual learning is a micro aspect. Micro and macro aspects often conflict with each other. So what is being provided to provide this utility at the micro level? This is what we need to discuss and deliberate upon. I think I'll stop here for some time and then.
Thank you. I'd invite Bhuti sir.
Good morning, everyone. At the outset, I would like to compliment Business World and Telangana State Council of Higher Education for thinking about this one-day program on higher education. We have seen very bad days during Corona. In fact, digital transformation is the necessity, but the way we used it, some of the institutions, in some other places, it was diluted. And the industry was actually suspecting whether you are coming from that Corona batch, the education. So the marks obtained during that stage, you take any education, primary, intermediate, graduation, post-graduation, every level. That particular period, unfortunately, though we could manage the academic years to complete the syllabus, to complete the examinations, and to see that the student is not losing the academic year. But unfortunately, the true quality of input could not be given. And industry has realized that, and also as that stigma continues. But nevertheless, it has taught us lessons, the way we have to teach in the classrooms. It is a hybrid mode of learning now, no more. If you're not accepting that, you're falling behind. So we have to have a proper mix of physical as well as virtual inputs in the classroom. And we are able to get the best of the inputs to the classroom because a foreign professor need not travel. He can actually take a full course or a half course to the student, and students have the benefit of listening to the faculty. So we have to have a proper mix of both virtual as well as physical inputs in the classroom. As Professor B.J. Rao was telling in the morning, the teacher is the main person who can motivate the student. In outcome-based education and also the NEP 2020, we are looking at students who are coming out with skill set. If you are able to provide the skill set, certainly education will be valuable and will be valued by the industry participants. Industry has always been complaining that we are getting more and more graduates, but not employable graduates. Again, they have to spend time on training of the student for another 6 months or 3 months. So if we provide in the classrooms the right mix of education, and not only the skills, but also the values, certainly they will be ready to take up the positions there. And of course, at IPE, I am the director at the Institute of Public Enterprise. I joined IPE in 1994. IPE was started in the year 1964. From the beginning, IPE has 4 important activities: teaching, training, research, and consultancy. Our faculty, whatever consultancy they do, they take to the classroom as case study, a real life case study. That makes students more interesting and participate. And we give assignments in such a way that certainly they have to go to the Bloomberg terminal and they have to collect the data, analyze the data, and provide. And we give assignment in such a way that they have to necessarily use the EBSCO and other digital sources available in the library, and they come out with a study based on research and also the data available. So unless we make the students compulsorily visit these digital resources, we cannot really get the best out of these digital resources, and digital transformation is not complete. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Ramakrishna.
Thank you. My gratitude to the organizers for organizing this excellent event. And I'll just add on to some of the excellent points that our esteemed panelists have made. By the way, I'm from Mahindra University. I'm the Dean of the School of Management. So what we have learned in the Corona period, in the pandemic, are the possibilities of online education, but also the limitations. My colleague just spoke about the gap, the learning gap that we observed in the Corona batch of students who were not able to learn as effectively as their predecessors because the entire learning was constrained to online education. Now, what this tells us, what we are beginning to realize or beginning to appreciate is how much of a social process learning is. Learning is a very social process. The face-to-face interaction between faculty and student is extraordinarily important. We all know from our own experiences as students and from our experiences as educators that when a professor or teacher takes an interest in a student's learning, that student may be a laggard. But we have seen how often the attitude, the passion, the intensity that other panelists spoke about of the student is enhanced. So listening to a recorded lecture is not the same as having a teacher in front of you, taking an active interest in your learning and showing a concern for your, not just for your course, the outcome of your course, but for your future as an individual. The other very important thing, of course, is that in a classroom, students are interacting with each other and learning from each other. So that's another thing that we should not forget. So I think we have begun to realize the limitations of purely online education. Resources like Swayam are extraordinarily important. There's no question about that, because they take high quality content and high quality delivery to the remotest parts of the country and to individuals who, coming from low income families, would never be able to afford an education of that quality. But we have seen that the completion rates, as that slide excellently summarizes, are very, very low. By the way, this is true internationally also. At Coursera, the free courses have a completion rate of roughly less than 15%, 1.5. The paid courses have a higher completion rate of approximately 50. And that means that the very serious students are selecting into those courses. If they're willing to pay, they're selecting into those courses. And finally, the corporate courses are the ones that have the highest completion rates, because not only is the company paying for the employee, but perhaps the HR department is tracking which of the employees are completing the course and which are not, and that may contribute to their promotions and increments and so on. So I think we should definitely leverage online education and digital education, but not view it as a substitute for the classroom. Online education can never substitute a teacher. We should think in the future about online education complementing face-to-face education. What are the ways in which it can complement face-to-face education? What are the use cases where online education can step in, where a face-to-face interaction between students and faculty is not possible? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ramkrishna. We had some good opening remarks. One major issue is about motivation of students, how to get them to be motivated and keep their attention on the learning process. The learning process being more important than just the content or even just the teaching process, the learning process. Then the issue that we had about the quality during COVID, that the experience was not as good as it was in the campus. And the highlights about learning being a social process, very true, as well as how digital transformation can be used to complement education, regular education, campus education, and bring better outcomes. I think we have a paucity of time. So what I would be doing is I would be combining the questions, and then I would request each member to respond to that. there are some questions which are there in the mind. Now, if you put all those numbers together, I have not put the numbers, but it's close to about 35 lakhs of enrollment through SWAYAM, including all these 7 national coordinators. Not 35 lakhs, it's 3.75 crores. And out of that, 2 point change is NPTEL alone. So that shows the dominance of technology-oriented education. Now, if you look at that figure is very near to what the higher education system, which is about 4 crores, the official higher education system accommodates. And this is in very early days, which means that there is some sort of interest which is going towards that. Perhaps as one of my colleagues said, co-panelists said, that people are not using it just to get certification, but perhaps they're also using it to consume content, maybe for their mainline education or something else. So there could be a lot of usages for that. Now, if we need to look at the national objectives, in the budget speech, there was the National Digital University, which was reported. It was supposed to be launched somewhere in July 2023. It has not yet been launched. Now, if we need to, as panel members, we need to advise, give suggestions to how this can be improved. Because I'm sure the UGC is also looking at it very closely. The Ministry of HRD is looking at it closely. And each institution has been asked to keep reporting how much of that 40%, how much of SWAYAM is being consumed by the student, how much of credit transfer you've done. Dr. Mahendra Reddy referred to it in his speech. So the use of such programs even in campus education is also there. But be that as it may, the issues still come out. The issues are that from level to level, there are different levels of engagement. And perhaps I'd use that word engagement, student engagement, to come back to majority of these points, from motivation to quality, etc., etc. Now, if some of the points that we were to mention were to be taken by the Ministry of HRD, that is the first question. So what in each of those levels, from admission to finally the outcome, if we need to offer suggestions for each stages, what would those suggestions be? Are there any issues that you see? That is one thing. The second question that I'd like to pose is our individual experiences. That means that we have succeeded somewhere and we found that there is a spark of light when it comes to digital transformation. So can we elaborate on 1 or 2 use cases in the way that we have done things at our institution, which could help overall, both for all types of education, whether it is campus or online or hybrid or whichever way it is. So these are 2 questions. I'll club it together and put it across to each panelist for their response. Dr. Narayan.
I don't think I have any concrete suggestion to make this the online or the SWAYAM kind of courses work better. The concept of, say, digital university and all that, the problem is somehow in this country, we think of education as that final degree certificate, because employer demanded, government will completely require based things only on that. Whether the learning is not there or not, the certificate has to be there. Companies are slightly better. They know how to look for learning rather than just a certificate. So once you reduce everything to a certificate, you think that a university is nothing more than the courses and the grade. But we are finding in all these attempts, online education or digital university, etc., is that university is far more than the subject. And we only, so in the first round also, we only talked about it. One person mentioned that we only talked about these teachers being far more effective than computer as an education. But I think what we should also not forget that in the overall education, done in a university or a college, the inter-student interactions are equally important, or probably more important. In fact, the old saying in Sanskrit is Acharyat Padamadate. 1/4 is given by teachers, 1/4 by classmates, 1/4 by you learn by yourself, and the last 1/4 you get only with life experience. Okay, so in the biggest, one of the biggest points about maybe online education, COVID time was not succeeding as much is probably they don't have their peers to talk to. In fact, they probably learn from each other much better than they learn from the best of teachers, because they think alike, Their wavelengths are like, and there is a little bit more competition. When they say, oh, he has got it, why am I not getting it? Okay, so that all these multiple factors. So the social aspect of education is completely missing in an online education, as well as in, say, attempts like digital university. And that's why they will always remain, second class or secondary in nature. And yes, these courses are very good material. And maybe another way of looking at it, like he said, that 1%, you should not you should not despair about it, because maybe the courses were taken by people who are looking for a specific knowledge, specific aspect, somebody working, and they got it, and they don't bother to get the certificate because they're different stage in life. So, that fact that course exists and they are getting used, and I'm told NPTEL is actually the actual formal course where these are the outcome. But as those, the whole thing is available on YouTube, and the clientele or the subscribers from outside India is very large. In fact, I'm told in Brazil, this NPTEL courses, or maybe SWAYAM, all the other courses from India are very, very popular. And I've seen, I've not done a lot of research on it, but when I heard, I looked at it. There are several courses where there are a lot of comments in the YouTube comments from Brazil or other places like that. Because these are English language courses, but taught by very competent people, available for free. And in that sense, it's much richer than all the Coursera's and edX put together. Okay, maybe they are by MIT and there's that value, but the breadth and depth that we have, and for good or bad, our courses, the NPTEL courses are standard like 30 or 40 hour courses for 4 credit, whereas most of the others are shorter courses. You can say good things and bad things about it, but for those who are motivated, whether you're sitting in Brazil or Venezuela or Africa, this is a great resource. So I don't think we should give it more responsibility. I mean, this digital courseware, we should not expect more from it. We should not be disappointed by its, this kind of performance also. We should continue to build it. There are people using it. If 100 people benefit in a year, I think the effort is worth it. That's what I would say.
I totally agree with your viewpoints that we should continue to build it. Because as Professor Ramakrishna also mentioned that it is not to be seen as a standalone project. It has to be blending with the mainstream education that is happening. So the infrastructure should continue to be built, and users will keep on joining or exiting as per their requirements. And this we've seen in our for instance, we run a business school. There are a certain number of courses that can be taught in a particular term. But when the placement companies come, they are expecting that the students know everything about a particular concept. We have a 1-year program running. We take admissions in July. The course starts in July, and the placement companies come in September. Looking at the course curriculum, they may ask questions from what was slated to come in the 6th term. Whereas the interview is happening when they are in the 2nd term or in the 3rd term. What do? We cannot teach all that because we are regulated by AICTE. We cannot bring all those things here. There has to be a schema. So students register themselves online on so many such digital content, and they are able to gather. Of course, all that knowledge then comes into the classroom discussion also, and the faculty is able to answer those questions whenever it is possible, and the learning happens. So most important thing here is, once again, I'm coming to, where is that craving, which was initially also brought in? Are we able to trigger certain amount of demand from the students? So we experimented at Great Lakes that right at the beginning, for the 2-year program also, MBA program, right at the beginning, we're going to give them the job descriptions of the summer internships that had come to the institute. And we said, you prepare a CV, you prepare your introduction,
so that the company is interested in your profile. And then the students realize that all of them have almost the same thing to say. So July, they start with the course. September onwards, summer internship companies start coming in, and they've got to talk about, they've got to differentiate, they got to display what content they have. How much can an institution give? Not much. So that is where, again, the supplement from digital content is coming in. When that craving starts happening, if I want to apply in Infosys for this kind of a thing, or if I want to go to KPMG and in summer internship, they are going to ask me to prepare a dashboard. Do I know how to prepare a dashboard? Web and social media analytics will come in the fourth term, but its applications, its knowledge would be required in the summer internship itself before the fourth term. The institutions, academic institutions, will get overwhelmed with this kind of a responsibility if they have. The people will have to share this. And that is what we try to do. We generate, that has been mentioned in the earlier, we also trigger this craving for people to learn. And that is happening. So I'm really not very discouraged with this 1%, 2% outcome that we are seeing. There has to be a difference between how do we evaluate outcomes for a private company and the government. Government has to, by nature, create huge amount of redundancy. And that's what this government is doing. But if they start, something that I do not agree with is that forcing people to go to these things, that I think they should leave it to the market. Forcing education always creates evasion. It is the motivation that needs to be built in, and that's how I would like to conclude for the time.
Thank you, sir.
The figures given for enrollment for online education, if you look into those things, first of all, if you look into the demand for online education, where is it coming from? One is one segment who are working in industry, people who joined with the graduate degree long back. They have got a lot of domain experience, but unfortunately, when they want to move out or get promotions, they don't have the management qualification. So all such categories of people are applying for online education, online MBA. So there are some people who do serious work and they try to get updated in the knowledge. But there are also some universities, they offer online MBA where object type of questions and all. Literally, they don't learn anything in the process. Their copying take place and all. They don't get any knowledge as such. And also one of the reasons why corporate sector or the people who are working, they went for online education because the physical way of education, there were some constraints. Suppose there is a 2-year degree, postgraduate degree. If anybody completes 1 year because of some reason, they have to discontinue the second year. Whatever time he has spent in first year resources, everything goes waste. But fortunately, in the NEP 2020, the flexibility is available now. So even if you spend 1 year for that, you're getting a certificate. Second year, you get a diploma. Third year, you get a degree. Fourth year, honors. So education has become more flexible now and more multidisciplinary. And through that, I think we can make full-time education also more fertile, more productive, more efficient. While the corporate sector demand will be there for such courses, but how to make the full-time students make use of online education is the challenge. So that should become part of the pedagogy, part of evaluation, use of online resources, online-based assignment, and necessarily that the demand for online resources will go up. So industry people are looking for more structured programs, more flexible programs. From the beginning, we have institutions like IGNO or Ambedkar University. They were depending on distance education courses, but now online is the way of life. Many B schools, many institutions have started online education. The beauty of online learning is that the flexibility that offers to the people. But that actually drives the online education is the passion for knowing something new, something updated knowledge that are available, the skills that are available, best practice that are available. So if people have the passion to know the best practices, certainly online is the best source because we're able to know what is happening across the globe now. So that is actually the solution for online education becoming more and more demand and students also getting benefited through online education.
Thank you, sir. I think you've raised some important issues. One is about the demand for online for continuing education that people will need apart from their mainline education. And the second is the issue about the quality of evaluation. That is, you put some MCQs across and then, you have high pass rates and that kind of thing will not work. Yes, absolutely will not work because we can't go down the lane of how distance education went, where, it finally became just a certificate. So thank you for highlighting these points. Dr. Ramakrishnan.
So you asked for some suggestions to the policymakers. So I think two suggestions maybe. One is that create a level playing field between government-backed institutions and private institutions. I'll just give you an example. When the IIM Act was passed, the IIMs, both the older ones and the new ones, some of which didn't have even a campus, their own campus, or didn't have a full-fledged faculty at that time, were empowered to give MBA degrees. These are standalone institutes that are not part of a university. But older ones, such as XLRI or SPJN Institute of Management Research, that had been around for decades and delivering excellent quality of education, were not given that same privilege. So the first thing is to, whether it's in online education or education in general, that there should be a level playing field between the government-backed institutions and the private institutions, because it is the private institutions that will bring in the innovations. The second thing is, with online education, we need to do away with some of the regulatory uncertainty that we are faced with. I believe recently there was a Supreme Court verdict that said that private state-sanctioned universities are not allowed to deliver their education outside their states. Now, you'll agree with me that in the context of online education or digital education, this is a meaningless situation. This is a meaningless criterion, right? We've seen, as my co-panelist was saying, that the NPTEL courses are being consumed in Brazil and in Africa. So we need, sometimes the regulation is behind the technology. And I think, especially when it comes to education, we need to ensure that our regulations actually are keeping pace with the pace at which technology is developing. I'm a very firm believer in markets. I'm a very firm believer in local experimentation. It's great that the government is creating these platforms. I think we've seen from UPI and how successful that can be. And hopefully ONDC can be successful also. Swayam has the hallmarks of becoming a successful platform, but it would be great if that can be opened up to private institutions also. And private institutions should also be allowed to deliver online education on their own. And you will see lots of experimentation. There'll be successes and failures, but then we'll all learn from each other, and that's how progress is made. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very interesting points about the level playing field. I think the culture in our country is such that it's always that the public institution is looked at as being more transparent, genuine. I mean, rightly so for many reasons, and perhaps there are other reasons also. And private institutions are suspiciously looked at. But then innovations come from, a lot of innovations will come from private institutions. So I've refrained from making a use case of what we have tried to do because we wanted to draw out what the suggestions are. But now I'll try to build it up with that use case. We have about, close to 600 odd students that we have enrolled for the fully online MBA program. Now, right from the beginning, the issue for us was design, and this design was supposed to take care of, motivation. Is the student engaging? What is the student profile? What is the student's career theme when they join us? Are we able to add to that career theme through project-based learning. And what we have found is that this sort of an approach is very helpful in terms of progression. It takes time. Today, online education, the fee and the pricing is very low. If you really want to involve faculty members and make the faculty the center, which is the right thing to do, the teacher at the center of learning, then as we go along, the amount of facilitation that the teacher will need to do both on design as well as education will increase, because these are meant to be large scale kind of things. So what we have found is that when the moment you personalize learning, that means if based on student profiles, you look at categories of students. A lot of online students have other responsibilities. That's why they come into online. It's not as if they are there full time. So if you're able to personalize the education and then offer them ways of engagement which are more suitable to their background. Sometimes it may not be recorded videos. It may be something else. If you're able to identify this, if you're able to bring in learning analytics, if you're able to connect these two and build it into learning outcomes and monitor it very closely, which also needs the use of technology, then the progression rates are good. We have good progression rates. It is in the range of 70 to 80% per semester for the fully online, but it has taken us a lot of effort. And it's not as if, it is not that videos are loaded and then they are just left like that. A variety of content. It's not just videos. And you need to have a variety because learning styles are very different. And you should be able to counsel, and the teacher, and this is the teacher's job. The teacher will need to counsel based on the learning style and category that students come from. And broadly, there are some personas of students who come in. So it's very much possible, but today's system, which is being looked up to, and SWAYAM is one of them, is where the interaction levels are very low. So I think from one of the suggestions that you have given, one recommendation is about the level of interaction. The other is how is the teacher the center is, somewhere in the center, because the teacher is at a distance with recorded videos. How do you get it in? The third is how do you build in peer learning? Today, there's hardly any peer learning going on in online programs. So these are some of the suggestions that have come in. How do you make it a social learning process? How do you bring in app-based, kind of cohort-based kind of learning? All these together go into making better outcome rates, even though it may not lead to certifications, but certainly it will lead to something else. If certifications are found valid or reliable, not reliable, important and relevant, certainly people will pick up certifications. But I think there is a need to categorize what is the outcome that one is looking for. So for example, the person coming in from the campus and wanting to go for a placement to a particular company, his outcome expectation is different. So I think there is a need to categorize this and then look at it. So I thank all the panel members for their valuable insights coming from the very diverse experiences that they are from. And thanks to all the members. I think there's quite a bit of future. We need to build on it, as all the panel members agreed, and we need to be patient about it. Thank you very much.
Can we please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Once again, I would like to thank all the panelists and panel members. So I would request all of you to please stay back for a group photo and felicitation. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, what an enlightening and dynamic panel discussion we had just experienced. Before we conclude the session, let's express our gratitude to the brilliant minds that shared their insight with us today. Can we please give a round of applause for all of these guys? So yes, ladies and gentlemen, to felicitate our speakers, I would like to invite Professor R. Prasad, Senior Director, Academic Wing, to hand over the books to our speakers. ICFI Group. So the first one, Professor P. Jain Narayan. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a round of applause for all our panelists? Please go ahead, sir.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Vishwanand and I do represent the industry. And I've been into the e-learning space for close to 15 years. Just to add on to whatever you were telling, and in fact, Mr. Prasad brought that into picture. So we can demonstrate a lot of success stories with respect to one thing which we have been successful is to get a problem-based learning approach. Okay, that is a one line, to complement whatever you are telling. Okay, it does work. And second thing, what I would like to add on one more thing to the SWAYAM is the people who are designing it, they should be educated about Mayer's principle. It's all about multimedia. Okay, and so I will end up because you all were leaving. The one area for the motivation would be the problem-based learning approach. And as you understand that it's all about the group of people coming together to solve the problem, okay, which open-ended problem. So that has been successful, and if you're interested, we can always discuss the cases. Thank you very much. That's what I thought of adding it on. Thanks.
One more question.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Diksha. So the question I would like to ask is, as Modi sir before mentioned it, what is the percentage of virtual and physical input should be followed in the education policies? So what are the percentage of virtual and physical input should be followed in the education policy?
Education policy. I think it up to the institution to large extent. I mean, UGC says 40% or 30%, all that. I mean, those are all guidances. But I think when the online or digital content is a very good means to supplement what an institution is not strong in. Yes, that should be the primary goal, primary concern. You look at how can you supplement both courses that are not easily offered in the institution or parts of every course or each course that is being offered in the institution, but there are better examples, better videos, better whatever lectures in the, so you can supplement it. And this is what I mean. There were at one time the online education was the future of online education was the so-called flipped learning, where you tell the students to watch the video of this topic, come back, and in the class you conduct a discussion. It's a great idea, but it just doesn't work because one of my colleagues said we have always asked the student to read the textbook and come and we can have a discussion in the class. That has never worked. So there's not much chance of this working either. So I think the supplementary or complementary nature of what is available online, what you can provide in the institution yourself, that's what should be looked at, and based on that, adopt different aspects. That's the advice I will have.
Thank you so much, sir. One more addition to the answer.
I just heard one of the panelists talk about new education policy. If I look at the curriculum of an engineering school of 4 years, how is it possible to give certificates like this? I was just reminded of an old joke where I asked somebody to find a room for my daughter who's 22 years old. He couldn't find. He said, "Is it okay, Balaji, if I get you 2 12-year boys?" Or 4 6-year boys. So is it possible for us to cut a course into modularize to that level where we can give meaningful certificates. If we were to do that, what radical changes have to happen in terms of the way we design things right now?
That is possible because if you look at the entire knowledge to be transferred in a particular code, you have to find modules and their dependency. Today, outcome-based education, etc., forces you to think in those kind of lines, which is a good thing. That what is the typical takeaway from the whole course, and what is it for the first 5 lectures or for each lecture? And today, you're also recommended to not just have 1 hour lectures or 1.5 hour lectures. Have the attention span is 10 minutes or whatever. So you have a 10-minute introduction and then have some discussion or some other kind of interaction and then have maybe another 10 minutes and so on. So I think that you have to be aware of whom you are teaching, and you should be aware of, if you understand the subject, you should be aware of, or should be able to say what is the core part of this whole 1 hour lecture. Maybe summarized in 1 equation or 5 sentences. Okay. The rest is how to understand it better. So I think that kind of modularizing is a must, and it can be done in all courses. And then certification and degree is another matter. But I think that this will make every course better. And it's true, all of us, even we sit in this kind of thing, places also, people who are sitting at the back are turned off very quickly. I mean, you would have very bad, not their fault. You keep talking for long, it's not as if we are so much better as we can have the bad people. So we have to catch their attention, and this is well known in the psychology studies. Say 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever you pick your number, it is not 1 hour attention span. Some say 10 minutes, some say 9 minutes, some say 5 minutes. So we have to. That's why it's a must that we think of even a lecture in terms of multiple modules that convey ideas. Otherwise, we'll fail.
Thank you. I think I'd like to respond to both those questions. We have this principle called micro-learning, which is used in e-learning, digital learning. And there is a session inside the campus taken by the professor also. Every session has got multiple learning objects. I mean, based on the objective, you can divide it into learning objects. Now, if this learning objects, just as in, object-oriented programming, it is an independent thing, and you create it as an independent thing, it is reusable. Which means, in order to do something, a next level course in finance, you need to revisit financial management basics. For instance, so if those objects are available, you don't need to use that time again inside the class because you will focus on the higher level objectives inside the class. So it is very much possible to do that. And I think that is the future. In fact, we are nowhere near that right now, but I hope that maybe next 10, 15, 20 years, the professor's time is used for higher value addition and things which can be done digitally with engagement can be left to do. Coming to the question which has come from the other side, I think, it depends on the context. For instance, if you are having a student who's doing internship and still wants to do some of the credits instead of coming to the campus, because there the person may be in Delhi and the campus may be in Hyderabad, you need to have 100% online. You have no other choice. If you come to somebody who's inside the campus, and at the same time, India wants larger numbers in CR, you have a capacity for the campus. Now, how do you multiplex? You can multiplex by looking at the course and making it hybrid. So there are some credits out of the 3 credit course or portions of credits, which you can then decide. So you can see here that it is hybrid situation. If you want to do so much percentage, can be 100% digital. It can also be 100% campus.
Thank you very much. Any more? Up next, ladies and
Excuse me. I have a question from here.
Okay.
Excuse me. Good afternoon. Very good afternoon to all of you. I am Dr. Usha, professor at Dr. Marichenna Human Resource Development, where all civil servants in our Telangana state government offices are being trained. So I have seen many officers and many professors from ground level of Telangana state and all over India also. My concern is about the district level students. Here we are thinking about the digital transformation. During this digital transformation, it was really a boon and it is a complementary one also for our regular education. But we are getting many professors lectures through online to all the very ISB and also Triple IT and Tech Mahindra. We are getting that facility to get lectures from the Oxford University and Stanford University. Here, I believe that it is a right platform as a corporate social responsibility. I request all the high standard universities like Triple IT and Tech Mahindra. Is there any possibility? Is there any effort could be put that there is a online lectures should be available to the district level engineering colleges so that they can be motivated? Always we are talking about the motivation, but many lakhs of students are in the district level. We should give a motivation to them through this online education. If the lectures are available, of course, Swayam portal is there. There are some recorded lessons are there. If there are lectures available from Triple IT or any Tech Mahindra, ISB like that, they will be motivated. Then they will shift over to this online education. They will utilize this one so that we can supply according to our demand. Is there any effort is going to be done or not? Just I would like to know, because through MCR HRD platform, we are giving more, we are working as a bridge between the ground level to the higher level. So I would like to know about that. Thank you.
Hello. See, this is in tune with what the digital university is expected to do. Now, there is always a last mile issue. You may have a lecture by someone from Stanford who's the best in the subject. But is that good enough for the frequencies and the profile of students who are there from different places are different. They may be very sharp and very high. But there are other issues which are the connectivity between a Stanford professor and the student. There can be a gap, not because the student is weak, because the profile is different. So there is a need for that last mile connectivity and facilitation. And that is based on the student's background. So if that sort of an effort goes into what the digital university is supposed to be, hubs and spokes. So the spokes are in the districts. So if that sort of facilitation takes place, then all that matter which is already there, even now in Swayam or from any of the leading institutions, will be helpful. And I think the thinking is going to proceed in that direction, because without that, you're not going to get learning outcomes.
Thank you very much for that. Can we please give a round of applause? So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking the questions post-lunch because we have the time limit there. So up next, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Dr. J.A. Chaudhary, founder architect, former special chief secretary and IT advisor to Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, to please come on the stage and speak a few words. Can we please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Good afternoon. I have only a few words to talk. So I was just listening to the last panel discussion, and I really want to thank Business World for bringing this very important topic. About 2 weeks back, I was in Singapore attending, I was speaking at Thai Global Summit. A lot of who's and who's in the industry from California and Europe, everybody was there, all the Thai chapters from across the globe. And all the speakers who came and addressed the conference, say Thai is all about the entrepreneurship. And many startups are getting, new startups are getting into new technologies, and new business models are getting emerged. And everybody was talking, including Vinod Khosla. He said more than 65% of the jobs will be eliminated, the current jobs. And even a person from World Economic Forum, he gave a talk on future of work. He said in the next, by 2026, 60 million new jobs will be created. At the same time, 80 million current jobs will be eliminated. And he said the new jobs, the 60 million, are not in the conventional jobs. The jobs are mostly people who have got the cross-domain skills and work-based learning, and the people who have got that kind of skills, they will get the jobs. But definitely the current 80 million jobs, that's a scary thing for particularly countries like India. And there's a Gartner report also, they published the Gartner report. They said in next 5 years, 80% of the world, the enterprises, 80% of the global enterprises will be impacted by generative AI. So I was talking to a lot of people there, and one gentleman from China, he's also got offices in Taiwan. He was talking to me sidelines. Jay, India lost a big opportunity when there is a geopolitical situation was happening. People were moving away the manufacturing facilities from China. India had a very big advantage because India is a big domestic market for any electronics items, automobiles, and everybody thought that most of these companies will go to India. And in fact, he said many companies tried to come to India to set up those facilities here. But when they were looking for human capital, every engineering college they go, only IT related, AI, ML, no mechanical, no civil engineering, no metallurgical engineering, no core the topics are taught in any of the engineering schools. In some engineering colleges, they removed all those things, and manpower is not available for the kind of operations which they wanted to have. So they moved to Manila, then other Malaysia and those countries. He said, you lost that bus. There's one. Second reason he was telling, though many states, they keep claiming ease of doing business, but it is not happening. He mentioned there are no reporters here, right? No media. Business world itself is a reporter. So let me not use those words. But he was not happy about the regulatory aspect for starting a manufacturing facility in India. The ease of doing business is not really working. And people have got that kind of effort, whereas in other countries, they're giving the red carpet invitation, making things happen so fast. And when I was talking to other people, then what is the way out for India? He said, way out is India is in all the entrepreneurs in India, they are very innovative, they are very creative. They'll figure out a model. When I came back, saying I was actually, I'm the chairman of our India Startup Foundation. I'm helping a lot of startups. Some startups who approached me for funding, I invested in them. And one day he came to me, Jay, I'm not getting the right manpower in India, and only premier institutions like IITs, IIITs, that kind of manpower useful for me, but I'm a startup company. I can't afford to give 40 lakhs, 50 lakhs or 1 crore kind of a compensation. And I cannot survive with that kind of a compensation. But whereas if I go to engineering colleges, I'm not getting the manpower. I don't know what to do. Then after 6 months, he came to me, Jay, I solved the problem. I asked him, how did you solve the problem? He said, I went to a school called Hill Paradise, which is near Vijayawada Airport. It's about half an hour drive from that. There's an orphan school called Hill Paradise. They take only orphan kids, poorest of the poor kids. They provide and he seems he took 12th grade people, about 25 of them, and trained them on whatever the technologies he want, 6 months. And they're very, very useful for him. And he has set up a development center in that school. And school is providing the accommodation, food, everything. Cost of operations also beneficial for him. And he was telling that the productivity of those 12th grade people much better than the engineers whom he was hiring. So that means there is some disconnect between our higher education, what we are giving the certificates and all that, what industry requires. Particularly, as per the World Economic Forum report, Gartner's report, future jobs are going to be created by the innovative companies. And innovative companies, obviously, they use maybe the ChatGPT, they'll build something around ChatGPT, or they want to have a prompt engineering. Prompt engineering, unless the person has got the domain skills. Suppose if I want to build an application for some manufacturing company using the ChatGPT or any generative AI, I should know about that industry. Then only I can prompt what I want from the generative AI tools. Today, if I got only knowledge of whatever C, C++, Java, all this tool-based learning, the tool-based learning people are not able to fit into that. They are the ones who are going to be eliminated. That whatever World Economic Forum said, 80 million jobs will be eliminated. All the people who are just having the tool-based knowledge, and they will be in trouble. So who are getting these 60 million jobs as per the World Economic Forum report, the future of work? The people who have got cross-domain skills, people who can think innovatively, those are the people who are going to get those jobs. About 6 months back, when I was in US, East Coast, I spent a lot of time trying to meet some of the investors for my India Startup Foundation related activities. I met a couple of CTOs, global CTOs, they're all Indians. In fact, I stayed in his house. I asked him, everybody is talking about ChatGPT. Is it really true? Everybody says that so many jobs will be eliminated. And is it a hype or it's actually a reality? He said, Jay, don't quote me, don't quote my company. We have used ChatGPT. We spent millions of dollars for enterprise version of ChatGPT. And we figured out that 80 to 90% of the non-core jobs can be eliminated. Only core jobs, 10% of our people can work on the core jobs. The only problem what we are facing is how do we ring fence, because the ChatGPT, any generative AI, try to take the data from the public domain and all that. That's where we are employing a lot of lawyers. The lawyers are getting a lot of business because they are the ones who are trying to do if there is any case against us, they're the ones who are going to defend because they are taking the data from any of the other sources other than that's where we are finding some issues. Other than that, we figured out that 90% of the non-core jobs are going to be. Then my second question, you have given a lot of jobs to many Indian IT services companies. What will happen to them? Said today, whatever the contracts, we can't change it. So once the contract period is over, probably we may not give those jobs to them. We may give the jobs for the core work. Core work is coming to India, but core work, whether all our engineering students who are coming out of the colleges, whether they are capable of taking the core jobs and making it happen, that's a big question mark. So today, that's an opportunity. At the same time, it's a big threat for India. Unless somebody was mentioning the last panel, our regulatory, after so many decades, new education policy has come. If that kind of, 20, 30 years, once in 20, 30 years, we come with a new policy, oh, this is the answer for all this thing, I don't think we can survive. We need agile regulatory mechanism. Every 6 months, come out with something new and make sure that we are on par or above the rest of the institutions in the world. If you don't do that, see these startup companies, they're, in fact, one startup company was telling, Jay, what is there? I can hire somebody in Russia or somebody in Czechoslovakia or even Vietnam. A lot of good people are there. And today, after the COVID, working from home, either working from Hyderabad home or Vietnam home or Czechoslovakia or Poland, doesn't matter. As long as they're able to do my job, that kind of a freelancing is happening big time. Again, that is going to be a big threat for India. If that kind of a freelancing is happening, even startup companies may not hire our own people unless our human capital is intact and they are able to provide the answers. But the problem, sir, since you are from IIIT, many startups are actually facing that problem. They can't hire premier institution like IIIT because costs are very high. Startup companies, they don't get early stage startup. There's not enough money, less than $500,000. Is that indication for me to stop? Hello? If that is the case, I will stop here. If there are any questions, I will take it. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
I would request you to please stay back, Dr. Chaudhary. Yeah, I would request you to please stay back for the felicitation on the stage. Okay, thank you. Can we please give a round of applause for Dr. Chaudhary? Thank you very much. To speak about the future of learning driven by artificial intelligence and machine learning, I would like to invite Dr. Siddharth Ghosh, Director, NMIMS, Hyderabad. Can we please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
A very good afternoon, each and everyone, the dignitaries of the dais, different other guests, and some of my colleagues who are present here. Once again, very good afternoon to all of you. I think the kind of discussion we had till now for a couple of hours, it gives me immense pleasure to add some value addition into that. And as it has already been mentioned by the previous anchor, that I want to add some points regarding how the future education system is going to be basically affected by artificial intelligence and machine learning. I personally come from a background of AI machine learning, where I started practicing in 2005. So almost 18 years I'm with AI machine learning. And the previous panel discussion where we concluded, I like to maybe start from here. We are in the digital era, and so much of digitization is happening. We have touched by the apps, by the mobile phones, and many years back by computers, laptop, and other vending machines. Have our life, or the life of students and faculty members, has been touched by artificial intelligence and machine learning? The answer is very much yes. The day you started using smartphone, each one of us, our life started affected by artificial intelligence and machine learning. Whether we have used it positively or negatively, the time will say. But our life is already touched, and same as the life of students. Before I make some other few comments on higher education, as well as few other points which comes to in my mind, I'd like to give a big thanks to Business World for making it possible this Education Summit 2023 and inviting all of us, the reason we are all here together. I'll be mentioning some of the areas where our education system already has been touched or going to be affected by artificial intelligence and machine learning. Before that, if anyone has little bit doubt regarding this area, basically what is artificial intelligence, I know everyone uses now, the school kids are also learning. It's the basic intelligence, basically we embed in a system, computer kind of thing, which helps us to do those things which are normally, if done by human being, then you will require intelligence. As simple as if you create a robot and you tell the robot is an intelligent robot, or artificial intelligence is used, you expect the robot is going to do some of the things. If it is done by human being, then basic intelligence is required. Same way with the software also. Coming to the education system, and if you apply artificial intelligence and machine learning, I'll also like to mention a little bit here for again basic understanding that the AI started in 1960, and then later stage around say 2000, we got machine learning. The AI systems are driven by, at the beginning days, by logic. We call them as a logic-based artificial intelligence because it didn't have huge amount of data those days. But machine learning, 2000 and beyond, as also mobile phones came into the market, internet came for us, a lot of personal computation as well as laptops. So automatically, we had a huge collection of data, and the basic artificial intelligence algorithm were not enough to do the kind of intelligent work which you are thinking. And here comes the machine learning. Machine started learning from data. So today, AI basically is the similar meaning of machine learning. At the same time, a new field also has emerged, which is called as data science. The scientific way of handling data is data science, where AI machine learning is already included. The way, by scientific way, I want to mean how you will be creating such databases, how you will be collecting the data, how you'll be saving the data, how you'll be analyzing the data, and how this data will be helping you to predict something. The overall scientific process is called basically data science, where AI machine learning is embedded into that. Coming to the higher education system or education and AI machine learning applications, these are the some of the areas I would like to touch base. Some of the names you are aware of, but some of them are going to touch your life and your students' life. Number one, personalized learning. AI will make it possible. Under personalized learning, it will be adaptive learning mechanism as well as intelligent tutor. Your tutor will help you how fast you can learn, how productively you can learn. Your learning will be very much personalized. So many companies and so many online education system already using it, that your learning may not be the similar way of my learning. You are a person who like to listen a lot of audio and then you remember it. I might be a person who like to see a lot of videos and then learn. There might be third one who like to read text and then learn. So our learning habits are different because we come from different background. Your AI system is going to help you to understand that kind of environment and help you to learn faster as an individual. The second point is that learning analytics. Under this, predictive analytics as well as behavioral analytics are going to bring a lot of change in the field of education. The third one, virtual assistant and chatbots. Already many of are using different kind of chatbots. Even if you open your Messenger at this moment, Facebook Messenger, you will find the third or fourth one will be a chatbot waiting for you and trying to help you in some way. So educational chatbot and virtual teaching assistant comes under this. And by educational chatbot, I want to make it very interesting area which is going to come up. Just think, you are going to class only for 1 or 2 hours or 3 hours in the lab. The student got it out at night, 12 o'clock. There's a time basically they learn, hostelers, 9, 10 to 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. they learn. Now they want to communicate with you for some specific doubts. How they'll be communicating? They cannot communicate with you. But today AI can help you to create your chatbots where the basic questions and answer will be required. As much depth as you want to bring into that, of course, with a lot of training, and that they'll feel that they're speaking with you at night also when he has the basic doubts coming for your subject. I think this is going to be one of the best thing which is going to happen in the field of education with the field of AI-driven chatbots. Content creation and curation will be the fourth point I'd like to mention. A lot of content generation and content recommendation is going to come. And regarding content generation, my previous speaker also have mentioned the ChatGPT. I'd like to tell few words about ChatGPT and generative AI after finishing these points. The fifth point is natural language processing, automated essay grading. If you are aware of GRE and TOEFL, in case of TOEFL, 1/3 of the essays are basically done. The assessment is done by the computer, and 2/3 is done by human being, and the result is compared till date, and that's the award is giving. So it's very much, and this was my area in 2005 to 2010 as my PhD work is automated essay grading system was my PhD area. Translation is very much used, and there are some areas which we need to improve. Gaps are there if you use some Google translation, because there is not huge amount of local language databases. And that is the reason sometimes you convert from English to Telugu or Telugu to English, you will find some gaps because you are still lacking in the local language databases. The sixth one will be emotional intelligence. And here I would like to mention the mental health chatbot. Before exam, there are a lot of exam hiccups are there. Depression also there. Students go to depression, it happens. They come to us and discuss, sir, after 2 days, I am not prepared. I want to drop. But again, night, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, how do they could communicate with someone who can help them in learning or can overcome that to give them the confidence that he can learn? So mental health chatbot is going to come in the education system and going to help a lot to the students. The seventh one will be gamification and simulation. So educational games or game-based learning is already happening, and game-based recruitment is very much used. I like to mention some of the companies let them, I will not mention here. There are some of the companies in service sector today, they are using game-based recruitment process. In one of the drive, other than your aptitude and English, you need to play a specific game to clear it to go to the next level. So game-based learning and game-based assessment is very much there. And this is going to be much bigger. So what you basically require, maybe the faculty members in future, that we need to learn it that for my subject, how to create those chatbots. I can call, if I'm coming from physics, I can collaborate with someone from computer science or data science, and then create such kind of chatbots. The eighth point is generative AI, which is making sensation these days, which is basically ChatGPT. And we are telling students are copying, students are getting assignment using ChatGPT. It needs to be stopped. What is the mechanism? I think nothing to be worried. In the whole academic system, we have seen that It is basically the recreation which we follow in academic system. Just remember, all of us sitting here maybe completed our bachelor's, master or PhD. PhD little bit, of course, research is there. But if you see up to masters, what we have done in the whole education period, we have recreated either from the books or from the teacher's note. The exam is a recreation process. Who can recreate better, he is the topper. And there is no change into that. ChatGPT is a recreation system, so don't be worried. In our time, what you used to do, if assignment is given, go to library, open some 4 books and make some assignment and submit it. Am I not right? The same thing students are doing. Basically, ChatGPT is doing that part. It is considering 15 to 20 books as its base and creating something for you. Question is that you should not submit it directly. Should we? No. We should tell the students before submission, please read at least one textbook and see that what are the changes you can bring. Even total software development system also today, no one started software from the scratch. When Microsoft comes with a new version, it doesn't make it from the scratch. It just do the updation. So you require those brains Microsoft basically creates who can do that kind of upgradation. So nothing to be worried about. ChatGPT will be very much there. It's just one more tool which will be helping us. And my previous speaker also told, we require the domain expert to create such kind of projects in and around ChatGPT, that if you want to create a ChatGPT system for geography, you are a geography specialist who can help you to create such kind of systems. So AI is doing well. It has already touched our life and it will be keep touching, and it's an excellent area. Before I conclude, in my last point, I'd like to mention only that in one of my job, my director used to tell, it's an education institution, he used to tell, the best way of teaching the student is that don't teach them. Give them the problem and leave them, mainly in higher education. We are doing too much of spoon feeding. Even some of the cases, we ask students, giving the previous year record and ask them to rewrite it again, sitting either in the canteen or at hostel, rewrite the total record. I don't know what is basically education system gains out of it. My request will be only that. Let us create an environment where the major target should be problem solving. Each one of us are paid and getting our salary to solve problems. As long as the problem solving will not be coming at the core of learning, it is impossible to learn better. Including us, I faced the problem in my life. When I was learning integration and double integration, my question was that, why I am learning that? Because to clear entrance, which is not at all the objective of learning. Each was our physics, chemistry, biology, or maths, what we did in 11, 12 to go into admission into a good institution. Only that is the purpose. We used to go to tuition, do hard work, solve all the problems. There was nothing else. I think that education system needs to be also changed. And the learning should be a reason-based learning, a problem-solving based learning. Concluding the example with, in Japan, the kids who comes to in the primary school, they make their own breakfast. The bread, jam, butter is kept in different way. The very tiny kids of 3 to 4 years. They make their own breakfast. Then they eat, they clean, they see what is there in their timetable, and they go for gardening. They go to library, they read, take some book, teacher asks what you have learned. It's so much a reason-based learning. So reason-based, purpose-based, and problem-based learning, that the environment we should create all together. Thank you once again for giving me the opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving wholehearted round of applause for Dr. Siddhartha. And if there are any questions, yes, we can go ahead with that. Anyone who would like to ask any question to Dr. Siddhartha? All right, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we are going to have a chat session by Dr. Balaji Ulta, Registrar Dean, School of Management, Anurag University, and Dr. G. Mallesham, Dean Development, and UGC Affairs, Osmania University. The subject would be the equitable access to education in the digital era. Can we please give a round of applause for our speakers for the session, please? Thank you very much.
To all of you. Things are going on. Even just now I heard lecture of Dr. Siddharth. Really, it is informative as well as thought-provoking speech yours. And now we have this session that is the future learning given by panel discussion by equitable access to education in the digital era. So myself and Dr. Balaji Itla, Register and Dean, School of Management, Hyderabad University, and myself, Professor G. Malaysia, and Dean Development and English Affairs, Usman University. So, sir, please can you, because we are seeing a lot of difference between this digital technology usage now, before and after Corona. So before Corona, many of us, even not only teaching, other industries also, there are many people to shift. The technology was almost a distant stage, but now it is becoming a compulsory. And just now, Dr. Balaji was said, no, you have to give you should not give information like spoon feeding, but you have to make them to work. But the current scenario is the same thing happening, sir, because students are not listening the classes. Most of them, they are depending on, mostly on the internet, especially YouTube and other channels. And so this is a scenario. Recently, I heard a small story. I started with that, sir. One student got a gold medal in the class. So then the institute, someone went and asked, to whom give this credit to? Your mother, your father, or friends? Then that girl said it is to YouTube. So this is the scenario is happening. So under this scenario, just we want to discuss around, and I request sir to just put a light on this one, and then also all of us will discuss on this topic, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Malishi, for initiating the session. It's supposed to be a panel, but I think it melted to one person. So I think you will see panel, you will see me, myself, and Balaji. People will see here. Trying to speak a little. I think the topic is equitable access to education in a digital world. Now, before a lot of people, very eminent people spoke about the challenges and opportunities in the digital world, I'd like to spend a little time on what does equity mean? What does access mean? I work in healthcare. I was involved, I had a fortunate, fortune of working to be in the design team which designed 108 ambulance services, and later 104 telemedicine services. They were launched in Andhra Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh then, and later it went to multiple states in the country. One of the things in healthcare is to say, education and healthcare are two public goods. Any society that wants to grow in the modern world must invest, is my personal view. So therefore, when we say equity, what does equity mean? In healthcare, we used to say equity has 3 A's. 1A is accessibility. Second A is availability. Third A Now, these are the three A's which determine whether a public good like health and education are accessible to people, is it equitable? Otherwise, it will be equity is different from equality. Equity is very different from equality. Nobody's talking of equality. But I'm saying if I'm a poor person, will my child have an opportunity to survive beyond the first year of birth? And you know the infant mortality rates for states, you see, Telangana now 2031. When we were working, it was 51. But it is not same. Numbers tell some truth, hide some truth. In a tribal area, if you go to Hyderabad, for every 1,000 children born, 250 children die. In Hyderabad, middle classes, many of you know, has anybody lost a baby? Rarely, very rarely. Some miscarriage or something. Nature did not want the baby to be born. But rarely you would lose a child just because of you are not able to give medicine to your child. Just because you don't have access to health care. So therefore, among the middle class and upper middle class, the death rate would be 13 or 10 or 5. But among the tribals, it would be 250. Among the Dalits, it could be 150, 125. Among the Muslims, it could be 80. Among the BCs, it could be something else, and so on and so forth. In India, caste and class go together. So normally, 20, 30 years ago, caste and class almost had 0.9 correlation. Today, probably the correlation has come down to 0.8 or 0.7 or 0.6. I don't know what it is. I hope it comes down much further. So let's talk of each of these three A's. Affordability is an issue. When I took over as Dean of Business School, one of our founding members, the CEO, Ms. Nilima, told me, in Telugu, of course, Balaji Garu, you might want to improve the quality of your business school education. So the student profile might change. You might generate more income. But kindly ensure that we don't stop what we're already offering to poor people and farmers' children and laborers' children who come in and do the MBA. She was very concerned because both the founders come from left of center background. So they were very concerned, saying that, look, we are an affordable university. While you may want to differentiate and charge maybe 3 times, 5 times what we are charging right now for the students, please, like, I don't want to stop the other courses. So that is making it affordable. Second question is accessibility. Now, digital technologies do allow access wherever you are. Like you were saying, you could learn from home, and people from Brazil or Venezuela are learning from our NPT and so on. That's what earlier speakers were talking. So accessibility, thanks to technology, has improved. And availability. Is it available when people want it, where they want it? So when you say education is a public good, you have to think about that. So I'll just take a couple of more points, then I'd leave it for Mr. Mallesh to ask any questions. In all of this, we can talk at a very abstract level, but education for me doesn't make any sense unless you look into the key actors. Who are the key actors? Obviously, the faculty, or the facilitators, instructors, whatever name you give the professors. The other one is the student. Third one is the parents, and fourth one is the society. These are the 4 stakeholders. Now, even when we say technology democratizes education, does it really do that? At my home, my children have a 200 Mbps bandwidth internet, whereas my cook's children, of course, we asked them to use that also, they were listening to the lectures on a mobile screen. Now, I have a laptop. Of course, I gave to them. They're lucky to be working and staying with me. What happened to a lot of those children who don't have laptops at home? Technology is there, democratized, but your income and your access to resources will define bandwidth. Fortunately, the bandwidth costs have been coming down in India, but still, devices is an issue.
And the reliability of the internet also is an issue. So when you say equity, when is it equitable? I think Jayesh Ranjan left us. We probably had to go to the swearing ceremony. Telangana, along with the Mission Bhagirath or whatever, the pipelines, laid fiber. The vision was that every home should get a high quality internet, like some of us in Hyderabad get. So if every home can get internet, then you have crossed that accessibility problem. Otherwise, everything is there, but Shani also is there with us. So we may apparently on a statistical average level, we may say things are fine, democratized. But when you go to the granular level, life changes. One lesson I learned, there are around 4.3 million or 43 million people in Andhra Pradesh, combined Andhra Pradesh then. Seven million people, 2.7 crore people. I thought I was very proud. One day I was, in the evening, we were celebrating and saying, wow, we did a great job with technology and all that. One of my colleagues who work with not-for-profits came and asked me, sir, I want you to spend one day with me, one day of your life. I'll take you. He took me to Nalamala forest, not too far away from Hyderabad. Then the jeep would go, then we had to walk up a little and go to this tribal hamlet. And different tribals look differently. The Chenchus, they call them gumpus, gumpu, or small clusters. 4 or 5 homes is a cluster. That's a village. Go another half a kilometer into the forest, another 4 or 5 homes is a cluster. Quite unlike the tribes in, let's say, Hyderabad or tribes in Bhadrachalam or tribes, let's say, in Araku or other places, is very different. One child got mauled by a bear while she went to pick up water from a water source. Later, after 1 week, I found out one old man, a child who was in 7th or 8th class, she came for Diwali holidays, and a young baby. 3 of them died of diarrhea. 3 of them. You may say old people like me, one day all of us have to go, we'll go. But why should a child who's studying 8th class, with a future for her, and a baby was a lot more future for her, or who died? These are the questions. So that's when he asked me, sir, have you really solved the problem? That's when I understood India lives not in the last mile, within the last mile problem. No. Last furlong, last yard, and last inch. Till we reach the last person, you are not being equitable. So when we design policies, we generally design for a large number of people who will solve the problem. What about those human beings? Are they not human beings? Imagine if you were to be born to the tribal woman and living in that place, do you expect the society to deliver some services to you? So that's the question. So therefore, equity demands that we think from a point of view of justice, a point of view of empathy. I am lucky to be born in the womb of my mother and in the address where I was born. If I was born in Araku, or Adilabad, or Bhadrachalam, or Nallamalai, probably I would have ended up as a statistic in a government statistics. Probably I wouldn't have seen my first birthday. So these are a few questions that we need to ask ourselves. When we say we are offering equity or equitable access to education, even in so-called democratized technology-based education, there are barriers for people to access. There are social barriers, cultural barriers. I'll talk a couple of barriers and stop at that point of time. For example, in America, there is a study. A white child, middle class, father and mother living together, not divorced, will have about, by the age of 2-3 years, have about 1,500 words. A black child, father not absent, father not there, single mother, small job, will only know 500 words. So, and education is all about language.
Without language, how will I understand my book? The other day, I was taking a session because one of my colleagues was busy in a meeting. I said, I'll take your session. But normally, as a minister, I don't take sessions. But I just walked in. I was talking, and I found this child, bright child, didn't understand few words that I was speaking in class. If you didn't understand what I was talking, where is the access to the child? What are we talking about? So I'll stop at this point of time. Any questions?
I have some questions. Not question, just I want to interact with you. The first thing, you said the three words that accessibility, availability, and affordability. Okay. So many of us already seen that situation. The main comes under is in these three of them is affordability is first, because the software what we use, the gadget what we use, maybe mobile phone or laptop or internet accessibility, the speed matters a lot. That is the first thing which even Hyderabad is also facing. Not everywhere, everybody is getting 100 Mbps or 200 Mbps, something, whatever. So first is how this to be addressed. This affordability is the first thing. Access and the availability is the next part. If you see the internet availability in entire India, if you take it's only around 47 to 48% people are accessing internet. Rest of almost 60 or 52, 54% are still they are not having proper internet access. Not only India, but entire world is same scenario. And even come to Telangana. Telangana, only we are Hyderabad, only the cities like Hyderabad, Warangal, some cities, we are all having the internet access. But what about the people? Just you cross this Hyderabad boundaries. So what about them? Because nowadays everybody is talking about, and even earlier the engineering and the sciences people only used to take help of this PPTs and other things. But now everybody is talking, even Telugu people also, Telugu literature, language people also, they are planning in the, they're using technology. So how you can give, your insight into that? First is we are talking about only the affordability. There are two more things are there.
The answer that is that I don't think, thanks to companies and other companies, bandwidth prices have come down dramatically. People are able to watch YouTube videos on mobiles. So not much of a problem in many places. Still, there is a problem there in many places. That is easy to overcome. The bigger problem of access will be language. For example, I don't know how many of you use ChatGPT when Dr. J was talking about it. If you can't write a prompt properly, what will you get of ChatGPT? For that, you require language. If you can't write proper language and train the ChatGPT bot, it won't be able to give an answer. So that is the digital divide. That is a big problem. So how do we bridge it? So I only have questions. I don't think I have all the answers under the sun. If I knew all the answers, I would try to become the chief minister of the state or prime minister of the country and so on.
The new chief minister is coming. Maybe he will be going to address
my job is to, because this is we're all academics, we're colleagues. Some of these questions. So there's a saying in Telugu, a person who is unable to remove a small stone from his plate, if he claims that he's going to remove a big stone from the river, it's funny. So the key question, therefore, as academics that all of us are here, what can we do to reduce the barriers inside the class? That's under my control. I may not be able to go control and change what happens in Warangal, but I, as a faculty, have complete control if I'm sensitive enough to look at those children who are not able to access what I'm teaching or what I'm helping them learn.
Especially in your institute, Anurag Institute, how you are taking this, what are the different, activities is taking up for, giving
example,
access?
I'll just give one example and leave it at that. We can discuss forever. My colleagues are doing a lot of interesting experiments. In business education, what we figured out was a lot of students, everybody was talking of motivation of students. They are not motivated. So they had a hypothesis that we are not motivated when we don't make sense of something. Like Dr. Ghosh was talking a while ago.
I wanted to get into the next higher education, therefore I learned integration. But his professor taught him integration is nothing but taking an apple and slicing them into thin pieces as differentiation. If you want to make an apple, put all pieces together to get an apple. Then it will make sense. The teachers are never taught like that, therefore they never teach the students. So therefore, he is forced to learn just because he's afraid of his father, he might beat him, or mother might not give him food, or will not give pocket money, or whatever stuff. But what our people did is they did a 2-day business game where students had to produce something, borrow money, buy material, produce something, sell it, and account for it as profit and loss for 2 days. That is what an MBA is all about. So if I teach, let's say, thermodynamics, who's interested? If you give a problem, like somebody was talking about a problem, when you get a dosa, pizza, they're solved it. You get a dosa, anybody who gets a patent on this will get $1 million. When a dosa comes home, how can it come without becoming soggy? As crisp as it came from the, it is 80% crispness. If our thermodynamics can solve that problem, that sounds interesting. But if I go on talking of equations and equation after equation, who's interested in life like that? So one of the ways to do is, again, it comes back on us. I never blame the students. I tell my colleagues, if the child is not performing well, don't blame the child. It is the parents.
But sir, the current situation is different. Like so your current scenario is different. Like teachers are just teaching. They are not caring about what is the situation of the students who are listening for end. So you are just sending the link and asking them to attend. But you really, many of us are not bothered. That is also one of the situations. Next is accessibility, as I said. It is really still a lot to do, a lot more to be done in that area. And next is availability. Availability is also the same situation. But if you talk about only the institution, like management or, but I don't think that those people only can solve this issue. It's everybody's responsibility. Just like you said, your maid is having some problem, so you gave lend your laptop or something like that. But is it the same case should happen to everyone? Because you even government, yes, government may. And one more thing, earlier we used to have every village we used to have some libraries, but now those are I think it is almost they are not functioning. But now in the technology digital era, it is right time to all the so-called intellectuals and the techies and all, they go back to the villages and establish such kind of the digital library, where from there they can access the internet. But still, sir, in many of the, even I came from a rural background, but even when I visited my village also, the students are they one or two system will be there for entire school I'm talking about. And when it comes to the Hyderabad colleges, schools we are talking about, they are each student, and also they are also having mobile phones and laptops at home. But how this is a huge gap between the village to this. So how this is to be because it's a rapid growth, and even the examinations are becoming online. Everybody is writing online examination, and also even evaluation also becoming online. So in this scenario, how the rural people can or marginalized people can come up to this.
I think I can solve that problem at that level. I wish I could. I wish I could close my eyes and then some goddess come in and give me a wand, mantra danda, I'll do two mantra and things will change. A society, already in a modern society, you are seeing the economic divide is increasing. But I guess part of the problem is in terms of the government that is thinking about its people. And governments only respond when people demand. So, therefore, again, it comes back to us as teachers. We are teaching, are they learning is the first question. The first question. All of us are teaching. It is like, I'm very favorite dialogue I have. The three daughters-in-law decided to feed the mother-in-law. First set I'll put the plate, second set I'll put rice and curry, third set I'll remove it. So the first one put the plate, second one put the rice and curries, third one put the plate off. Three of them never asked that question whether mother-in-law ate or not. So many times we teachers finish our syllabus, get our exams done, evaluate things, but we don't ask the question, have the students learn? So we are teaching, are they learning? Anyway, that is one problem, larger problem. But I don't want to look at problems that we cannot solve. The stoicism says that what is under your control, you try to do. Can I, as a teacher, can we as colleagues, can we as research, vice chancellors, whoever they are, departmental heads, can we improve the quality of learning in my class? Can I make the class a little more interesting? Can I reduce the barriers that are already existing in my institution, which is under my control? Which is under my control. For example, long ago, when I taught, I used to find many of the rural students never used to come to business classes. They used to sit down and write for CIE exam, this exam, that exam. So we went to the hostel, some of us went to the hostels and spoke to them, what's the problem? But sir, we don't understand English. Then they were like, we'll teach in Telugu or Hindi or Urdu or whatever language we know. So therefore the question is, the onus is on us. We are all used to asking, do you understand? I think the problem is that fellow who doesn't understand. Which man says that I don't understand? If you ask, am I clear? They will say, no, sir, you're not clear. So this is a way of democratizing. I think they are waiting for us to stop our session.
Yes,
so
they are.
continue with their thing.
But any questions from audience can ask. Any questions? But really, it is an interesting topic. It is the future is going towards only the internet world. Even I teach in the electrical engineering subjects. Earlier, I like to teach on the board, writing on the board. Even I have a a belief of that writing on the board will feed more to the students. But I changed now because all the classes of mine I completed into digitalized, and then wherever, because my situation is forcing me to do that. So whenever I am in somewhere, so I'm unable to go to the class, then I am asking my student to join in the online. I'm teaching from remote place also. So this is what happening. So it is, as sir said, it is a responsibility on us. It's not just by institutions, not by the government, not by anybody, but everyone. Wherever you find that because complete information is going to be, everything already transformed, even including our land records and all. See, everything is digitized now. So even, and also one more threat is also there here. The information is also available. Even my teacher is, I'm teaching my class. My students are comparing already. So they are going to the YouTube or SWAYAM or NPTEL. They are comparing the lecture with me. And if they feel that I'm not good, then they are switching to that. And also there is a big challenge. Before, earlier, unless we teach, students are not having that awareness of the topic. But some smart students are learning before and coming to the classes. So this is also
one answer. One answer to that is, can the teacher become a curator of content?
Yes.
Not a transfer of content. Number one, role difference. The second thing is, one thing is to assume the other person's brain is empty and I'm going to dump something into it. If you think people not only come with 2 hands and 2 legs, they're coming with some brain and some ideas. Involve them into that thing, into the learning process. So I think faculty's role has become tougher now. You have to abstract at a higher level and then redesign, reimagine a classroom, and then use these tools to deliver. So
yes, sir.
It's a challenge, it's an opportunity, and it's a problem.
No, what you said is rightly correct, sir. That is, curator is the correct word. Curator is the correct word. Don't be, like one-sided teaching. You should be like a discussion and, this one. So thank you. So any questions we can have during the interaction session, we can yes.
Otherwise, they'll forcibly close out.
Yes, there are. Thank you.
That was an interesting chat session with our wonderful speakers. Can we please give a round of applause for both of them? Thank you very much. Thank you for taking out some time and being with us here to have this session. And ladies and gentlemen, up next, we are going to have a lunch break right now. So I request you to please take your break and be back by 2:45 p.m. Thank you very much. century careers. I would like to invite our speakers on the stage, please. Dr. R.V.R. Krishna Chalam, Vice Chancellor, Watson University, Dr. Y. Lakshman Kumar, Director, Vishwa Vishwani Institute of System and Management, Professor Karunakar B. Director, Geetam Hyderabad B. School, Geetam University, and to moderate this session, I would like to invite Dr. E. Sai Baba Reddy, Director, Vidya Jyoti Institute.
Check.
Can we all please give a round of applause for all of our speakers in this panel? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon to you all. And good afternoon to you all. After the lunch session, I think we need to have the active processing to go on here. So today's this session is very important topic we have. Future ready skills for 21st century career. That means this is all the in higher education. At the end of the day, we need to go for the career, how they are going to contribute for the society and for that matter, country and the world. So before I go with the introduction, let me introduce very learned people are available in our panel. R.V.R. Krishna Chalam Garu, Vice Chancellor, Watson University, and Dr. K. Karnakar, Director, Geetam. And of course, very senior person, having a vast experience, not only in academics and also industry, Dr. Y. Lakshman Kumar Garu, Director, Vishwani Institute of Systems Management. And to start with, well, I would like to say that the students, either which course they are taking up, they need to know what for that course is meant for. And at the end of the completion of the course, what they can do to the society, what they can contribute to the society. We go to the technical education side, and as I was coming from that, they need to know if they are studying some BTech course in so and so subject, what is that is expected to do after the course is completed. Not that what teachers know, teaching is different, what they are supposed to know. I feel any citizen useful to the society should have the three components in a balanced way. One is the vision, what exactly he or she wants to contribute, and knowledge, what you're getting from your institutions or the university, and communication. How you communicate is not English communication, but the transmitting to the society and making it happen. These three are important, which will make the person to be useful to the society. And of course, in the learning process in the institutions is that the project-based learning is one aspect, how they are going to learn it. And even the experimentation laboratory courses also, they need to know why each experiment is being doing instead of just completing some experiments and going out. This is what you call project-oriented laboratory courses. That's what we like to mention. And we have the panel members have their own opinion, different aspects of it. I just, being an educationist, I just focus on education. But it is much more beyond that, the career skills that you need to go. I request R.V.R. Krishna Chalam Garu to have his.
Thank you, Professor Sai Baba Garu. First of all, I would like to thank Business World Education for organizing this event and very interesting topic of future ready skills for 21st century careers. My opinion on this topic is basically
today's generation, are they really able to identify a problem, right? If they can, it's a skill actually. Identifying a problem is a skill. Making a problem statement is a skill. If people can do these two things, there are umpteen number of tools that are available which can solve the problem, right? So these two skills are very critical aspect for any students. And then how do we inculcate this kind of skills is what we are supposed to do as part of our learning journey. The third part is in terms of decision-making skills. Today, students are not able to take a decision, and they are so volatile, and then they don't stand on their decision, right? Whatever be there, instance be there, the decision-making skills are very, very critical. This is another aspect that we are supposed to understand. The next point is agility and adaptability to the changing technology domain, because today technology is moving so fast, it's upgrading so fast. Is the student ready for learning and adopting the new changes, right? Accepting and then moving on towards it. Maybe when you compare with our generation, these students are definitely tech savvy, and they try to initially experiment with the new technologies. But are they really opting the full advantage of the skills? That is one other aspect that we are supposed to understand. And then communication skills is one more important. If we are able to communicate it clearly, clear communication is very, very important. Or do they have a clarity on what they are communicating? Do they have a consciousness of what they are communicating? And the other part is their cooperation and future decision competence related aspects. So these are few areas that students really need to think. And how do we inculcate this kind of skills is one of the important responsibility what we feel as an higher education institution engager. So I believe that these are things that we need to start thinking on. So technology comes and goes, and there are a lot of changes that will be coming up. But there are certain areas where we need to seriously look upon. So this is my initial thoughts. Probably I'll leave it here, and then my colleagues would take it up further. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Karunakar Garu, Director Geetam, to continue the discussion. Have his point of opinion. Thank you.
So, very good afternoon to each and every one of you. So, coming to this particular question of future-ready skills for 21st century, I would probably begin by saying that there are 5 important components for any student who is graduating. Number one, he might be graduating as an engineer, he might be graduating as a BBA student or an MBA student, he could be a BCom, anyone. So the first thing is, the importance of mastering the mental models in that particular domain or that particular subject. The second is developing that systems thinking. I would say it's a rearticulation of what Krishna has just now mentioned. It's about problem-solving skills. And there are several tools which are available. So mental models, systems thinking within a particular domain, whatever that domain could be, Within engineering, you've got mechanical, civil, electronics, IT, all that. Within MBA also, we talk about specializations, right? When we come to the second year, we talk about specializations in finance, marketing, etc. So mental models, systems thinking, I'm putting it very, very broadly. But that's not enough. This is purely, I would say, more technical. What is really, really important in today's scenario, and it was so earlier, but I would say with greater emphasis, it's about interpersonal skills. Okay, so personal skills and interpersonal skills. One of the aspects which Krishna just now touched upon is about communication. And I think within that personal skills, I would like to add these subcomponents like communication, time management skills, planning skills. And so that's the third component. The fourth component is interpersonal skills. And that's extremely important. It takes time to master. It's a lifelong exercise, I would say. And this would have things like how to think win-win, how to have empathy when you're listening to another person. So these skills get built over a period of time through experience. And the last one, which is not often emphasized, is the importance of helping that student to have a personal vision for himself. See, many of us, we are really clueless. We don't know what really we want to do with life. It happens even when you have got about 10 years, 20 years. I would say even after, we are generally clueless. We really don't know. We have to figure out decision making, as is said. And that really boils down to a kind of a SWOT analysis, and where probably the teacher or the mentor can help that student to come up with a roadmap for himself. So just to wrap up what I said, primarily these are the 5 things I think. These are skills which have to be mastered: mental models, systems thinking, personal skills, interpersonal skills, and a vision for oneself. And I think that will stay you in good stead at whatever point of time you are in your career. Yeah, this is what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Dr. Lakshman Kumar Garu to focus points.
Am I audible? Good afternoon to the extreme, my colleague panelists, and also wonderful audience. I am subscribing to the views of my colleagues, but I classified them into 5 things: C, S, T, P, P. So what is this C, S, T, P, P? The first one is cognitive skills. And this is where I would like to include the models of what my colleague Karunakar sir and Venkatachalam sir said. First is cognitive skills. A student should be familiar with the critical thinking and as well as the problem solving skills. And creativity and innovation. This is the most important thing as a part of cognitive skills. Then decision making and judgmental skills. This is again another important component of this cognitive skills. Last but not the one in this is learning ability. So these are all the core component of cognitive skills. Any student who is passing out of any academic qualification, be it an undergraduate or a graduation or a post-graduation, the student need to have cognitive skills. The second one is S. S is social and emotional skills. This is where a student need to have excellent communication and collaborative skills. Unless and otherwise he masters this communication as well as collaborative, how to collaborate with the teams, how to work closely with the in projects as a team member. This is most important. The second part in the social skills is adaptability and interpersonal skills. how quickly you are able to adapt to the adapted environment. And when I say adapted environment, you may be also working with the teams, cross-cultural teams. For that, you need to have interpersonal skills. The next important thing is leadership and initiative in S. S is, again, as I was mentioning, social and emotional skills. So this is the one most important thing one need to have. So the next one is technological skills. This is where a student need to get adopted to the adopted technologies. See, as a teacher, see, initially I was in sales and marketing. I carried the bag for about 10 years. Then I moved into teaching. I had the opportunity of working with various premier business schools in the country. But when I started teaching, we used to use the chalk piece and blackboard. But as the time is evolving, we upgraded ourselves to green glass boards, dustless chalk pieces, OHP sheets, slides, then PowerPoints, then CD drive with pen drive. Now we will not be carrying anything, everything. Now we are using cloud and we are teaching. So as the time is evolving and technology is evolving, as teachers, we have upgraded our skill sets to the changes needed society. Similarly, a student is also today, probably he may be thinking that is whatever the college level has produced, it is enough. No, it is not enough. Technologically, one need to upgrade constantly. Otherwise, he will be finding it very difficult. And this is what the definition which I always keep giving in brand management also. A brand will be successful only if it stays substantial revenue in the case of a brand, but stays afloat in spite of market redefinitions. So whatever the area you are taking, you need to redefine yourself and adapt it to the adapted environment so that a brand will be successful. Similarly, if an individual has to be successful, he has also need to adapt to the adapted environment, be it technological or whatever it may be. So this is the one thing which I will. Last but not the least, the CSTP, which I was talking about, personal skills. See, knowing about self is most important, and self-regulation, because of lot many distractions are happening. One need to master how to regulate himself, act as a disciplined individual. And resilience, that is most important, because the kind of environment you are facing in market conditions, you need to be resilient. And integrity and ethical responsibility. These are all the things, the skill sets, which I always think a student need to have for the 21st century. And the last but not the least, the last P, which I was talking about, CSTPP. This is a prerequisite. A student needs to be educated on the following things at all levels, be it at secondary school level or higher secondary school level, or an intermediate college level, +2 level, or an undergraduation level. One is each one of them need to be aware about global awareness. That is, what kind of things are happening at a global level. See, be it because they need to work with the diverse cultures, they need to get adapted to the different lifestyles, and they need to work with the mutual respect, and they should know about other nations, their cultures, and their lifestyles. Otherwise, it will be a problem. This is what I will be classifying as a global awareness as a prerequisite. The second one is financial, economic, business, and entrepreneurial skills. So these things are also very, very important. It's the prerequisite, whatever the technology skills, whatever you are talking about 21st century. But a student need to be educated very firmly in all these things. Civic literacy. This is the most important. What is his responsibility towards the social, that is society? Probably how he stays informed and how he takes the decisions. He should understand about the governments and rules, regulations, processes, and responsibilities. This is the civic literacy which one need to have in their mind. Last but not the least, health. Health is another thing. He's about his own health, his family health, what are the nutrition habits which he need to have, and And all these things are all prerequisites to achieve, which I was talking about, the skill sets, CSTP. So with this is my version. And now I will leave it to the panel members and also the audience for any further questions, discussions, and interactions. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, before I go to the audience, I just would like to consolidate what we had the discussions here. Our Krishna Chalam Garu has touched upon the problem statement defining basically any society problem to be defined so that you can have the solution, and tools to be used for the solving these problems. And one of the aspects is adaptability to the new environment. In fact, if you say any employability, they don't see the toppers in the class. They see who can be adopted for the changing environment. So that's what I would call the adaptability is very important than the percentage of marks that you hold your mark sheet. Then the decision making is one more important point he was mentioning on. And mental skills, how they're going to have the application of it. Then we have our Karnakar Garu has mentioned about the mental modeling within the mindset, how you are going to model your system solving, and interpersonal skills. That is one thing you have touched upon, where it is having a decision making is very important. He also talked about the SWOT analysis for any project for that matter, how a person do the SWOT analysis, then only you can have the problem solving in the proper direction. At the end of, in the last speaker, we have our Lakshman Rao Garu. He was touched upon many aspects in the systematic way drafted, which will have the critical thinking, skill development, and decision making, creative thinking, in fact, and communication. Communication always we mean not the language, it is the way how you communicate to the society your thoughts. Collaborative skills. Having individual skill set is one aspect. How you collaborate with others is very important, because working in a group so that the product will come. In fact, we do all agree that no product will come with one discipline. They have to come with a number of disciplines work together. Unless each and everybody understand what the other ideas are, it won't be coming in. For that matter, I can say in the world, no problem is defined as any discipline one. A problem exists there. How you solve, who is going to solve, how people will work together to solve is a matter of difference. So we will not have, like in a classroom, we have this is the subject of soil mechanics, this is the problem. No, it is not like that. Problem exists there. It may be solution given by electrical engineer or mechanical engineer, managerial person or economist, we don't know. So there is a group analysis is very important, how you adapt to each other and have the discussion meaningful. That's what we call the collaborative skills mentioning, and leadership skills. That is very important, because somebody has to move it forward and make the group to work on. It is not like he or she is going to be leader. It is the question is somewhere to bring them together for the solution. Somebody has to take a lead. That's what we can say the leadership skills. And the technical skills, obviously for any problem solving, technical, I don't mean only engineering, it can be the otherwise as well. And he touched on many things, global awareness, because any problem or any research that we do is for the society, either at a state level, national level, or a global level. So global awareness problem where we need is very important. And of course, civic literature he was addressing on. And finally, he ended up that unless you have health properly maintained yourself and the society, the problems can't be sorted out. So with this, we rather conclude if you have any other points to add, because we made it a point that we want to give time to the audience to react and have any points to raise on, so that it will be more effective for the discussion. Because we do agree, it should be teaching learning process should be interactive, not the one-way traffic. So I leave to the audience for the response. Thank you.
So that was a lovely session by our speakers. Can we please give a round of applause for all the speakers in this panel? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are up for the question. So if anyone has any question, please go ahead.
Yeah. I don't think any panel could have collected all of them together, nicely put together. But I was suddenly reminded of character in character. This also isn't working. Hello? Check 1, 2, 3. Static, this has no.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't want to monopolize the time. I thought just open it so that other people can start asking. I was reminded of Kanya Shulkam, where the character Girisham was looking for a young, rich, beautiful widow. Now, is it possible for a human being to have all these characteristics is one question. If it is not, because if you want to cultivate, once we define all these are needed, we have to, the onus is on us to build those competencies. If you were to pick and choose, prioritize 3, let's say, or 4, among all of them, what would they be? I'm sorry, it's an unfair thing for me to have asked, because if somebody asked me as a dean of a business school to create all these competencies, I would say, take your deanship, I'm going home. I'm not saying it's impossible, but if you were to be a little pragmatic, because time is limited, resources are limited, how do we build, if you were to choose 3, 4, 5, whatever you think, you talk to 3, just a thought.
Okay, let me respond. In the initial stages, when I pass out of a university or a college, I get into a job. I'm basically an individual contributor. So what people are looking for is primarily your technical knowledge, your critical thinking, your problem-solving skills. So I think one has to keep getting mastery in one's field over the first couple of years. Then your role changes. A job is given wherein you have to handle 4, 5 people. So you're no more an individual contributor. And let me tell you, I see many people struggling with the new role. Taking people along, setting goals, conducting the meetings, and following up on getting things done. It's a very important skill. And I personally feel it never finishes. It goes on and on throughout your life. So that's where I think what we are talking about, the personal skills, interpersonal skills, adaptability, discipline, resilience, all these things come in. And then probably the third stage, because you asked about 3 things, and I'll restrict myself there. It then goes on to handling bigger teams. I become a CEO. I may be CEO of a company where there are 1,000 people. So I think what really becomes important is the ability to think strategically, the ability to structure an organization, delegate work, ability to win the trust. So these things become very important. all along, when I've been teaching the executive education group, these are people with 5 to 15 years of experience. I always keep telling them 3-4 things you have to continuously master. One is the project management skills. You know, we have that PMBOK stuff. I think you should become extremely good in project management. Second is the facilitation skills, ability to facilitate a group and arrive at a decision. You know, that may include many things like problem solving, brainstorming, and stuff like that. So that is the second, project management, facilitation skills, and of course, communication is very, very important. Ability to understand the audience and speak in their language, I think is very, very important. So if you do that, then you will automatically get jobs for higher leadership in bigger and bigger organization, is what I would like to say. Yeah.
With the permission of the panel members, I would like to answer the question, sir. I don't prioritize the 3 top skill sets. All the skill sets that were mentioned by my panelists are all equally important. But when a student is learning, that is when he is in the college, probably through formal education, through extracurricular activities like participating in clubs, sports, other activities can help the students to develop the skills that what we were talking about, social, emotional, and leadership skills. This will be the part and parcel of the program, actually, be it an internships or work experience or projects or live projects or research writing. All these kind of activities when we are making the student to undergo during this undergraduation or the post-graduation programs, he will be acquiring these skills. This is what my take, rather than specifying, ordering, prioritizing, numbering them. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Can you please give a round of applause for both the speakers here? Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Any more queries are there?
So yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any other questions to be asked, please go ahead.
There's one more question. However, as you all are aware, the challenge is how do we ensure modification in pedagogy in courses so that syllabus completion as well as development of skill can be achieved simultaneously.
Hello. I think probably I can address in another fashion. I think she is addressing for the curriculum, syllabus part and course structure. For this, it reminds me of one of my experiences when I was there to do my master's at Roorkee. International conference was going on. Our professors asked, US professor, how do you think our teaching is there compared to your teaching at US? They said they are wonderful teachers in India. They teach everything that they know, not bothering whether student is following it or not. So this is one aspect. Coming to your curriculum, probably you are addressing that. Curriculum is one, as all audience, the panel members also feel, unless they understand what you are delivering, there is no meaning in that. Sometimes it may happen the executive syllabus we may be drafting and these subjects. By the time you are bothered about your syllabus coverage, the student may not be understanding. To my opinion, in this fashion, probably you can reduce the syllabus to the focused points so that the students can understand it. For example, if the syllabus is 70%, probably student understanding level may be 60%. If it is syllabus 100%, understanding level may go to 40%. Because you are pumping in everything, as I said, they may not be in a position to digest. You don't have time to wait whether they understand it or not because of your points. So this is a mixed one because you are only sitting in the board in writing the syllabus. You should know what is the time, how we can cover it up. So we should not use our superlative knowledge levels in drafting the syllabus. We should write the syllabus which students are supposed to know. What we know is not the criteria. My knowledge may be outdated for the students that they are studying now. So we need to, that is one more aspect of it. In fact, in the other point you are mentioning about the research, I would say the quality research is very important. If impure or incomplete PhDs is going to lead the society in a wrong direction. A wrong PhD will give a certificate for the person to guide another PhD. He or she doesn't know the value of PhD. Obviously, she going to produce much more worse PhDs in future. That's going to spoil the society. So quality research is very, very essential. And research is not independent of teaching. Good quality teaching lead to your thinking process, analyze, and make your research to come out. I hope I answer your query. Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Sure. Please go ahead.
As a faculty, we always bother about covering the syllabus. I am really surprised that why are we covering the syllabus? Actually, we are supposed to uncover, isn't it? Uncover the mistakes of the syllabus, uncover the knowledge that is lied behind in the syllabus and other things. But people always, I interact with the faculty and other things. They said that we are covering the syllabus. It's surprising, isn't it? So I think we ourselves need to introspect ourselves that the syllabus is basically a framework, isn't it? It's not about covering it or closing it. It's about how, what kind of data is converted to information and how information is converted to knowledge. And knowledge is leading to wisdom. If we are able to move towards that, thrive towards that, then probably I think we are doing justice for that. That is my opinion. I hope, yeah.
I think Karnakar has some points today.
Yeah, my response is today, when we take classes, primarily the students are very passive learners. Now, the question is, how do you make him into an active learner? That you can do it by using various techniques. One I would strongly advocate is the case method of teaching. Harvard, for instance, uses the case method of teaching. I'm talking about the business school, where across the entire term, the student has to read cases, come prepared to the class, and discussion takes place. Someone said it's a flipboard approach. So this is one way to make him into an active learner. So case method of teaching is something which I would strongly recommend. Maybe you may not do it at, let's say, undergraduate first year and the second year, but you can probably use this in the third year. Certainly you should use this at the postgraduate level. So that's point number one. Point number two is, now the system is very simple, and even NEP is recommending you have got continuous evaluation for the internal marks, and then you've got the end term. So let's assume that the continuous evaluation of internal marks is 60 marks or 70 marks. In that continuous evaluation, you can give them projects and assignments. Give it to a group of students who are 4 or 5. Why am I saying it? That is where they will really learn how to work as a team. That's where they will learn how to identify a problem. That's where they will learn how to solve things. and also come and present in front of the class. So this is the second thing I would recommend. And the third and the final thing, especially when it comes to B schools, I'm a very strong advocate of having student clubs. You know, student clubs is one of the best mechanisms for the students to really develop their personality and take the learning beyond the classrooms. So I think it's a kind of a de facto standard today in the best of the B schools to have a marketing club, finance club, operations club, data analytics club, etc. So these are the three important mechanisms I would strongly advocate: to have a student who blooms in his personality, okay, and who is an active learner and becomes very confident. And it kind of touches upon what I spoke earlier, the mental models, the systems thinking, all those aspects it gets covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there any other query? I have this. If not, I thank all my panel members for contributing immensely for the topic and patiently answering the queries that has come up. Thank you.
Can we please give a round of applause for all the speakers?
Thank the audience and the before the organizers for inviting us to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I would request the panel members and the speakers to please stay back for a group photo. It was wonderful and dynamic listening to all of you. Thank you. Can we please give a round of applause for all the speakers, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so it's the time for the fourth panel discussion about ethical consideration in educational technology. And I invite Venkatramana Kulkarni, Director, Training and Career Guidance, Malla Reddy University, Dr. Parveen Jugge, Principal Gokaraju, Rangaraju Institute of Engineering and Technology, Dr. A. Mani, Dean, Agricultural Engineering, Acharya N.G. Ranga Reddy, Ranga Agricultural University. And to moderate this session, I would like to invite T. Vijaypal Reddy, Secretary and Correspondent, St. Peter's Engineering College. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a round of applause for all the speakers out there? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Vijay Paul from St. Peter's Engineering College. I'm the Secretary and Correspondent. I'm in the field of education since 1987, working in school and college education. And I'm happy to be a part of this panel discussion. And thanks to all the previous panel members. Wonderful topic, because they are the most important thing in the modern period is skills. And what more than that we require today. And I think the last session today, I know you've been listening from morning, but you've come to one important session, one last important session for the evening session. Recently, my son, youngest son, who's now studying BTech final year, has got a good grade in his GRE, and he has also written TOEFL, and he has applied for some universities. One of the university has replied to him, "We will not be considering your TOEFL scores." They were shocked why they do not consider his TOEFL scores. He got, I think, almost very close to As you know, more than 100 will be enough. And the reply that we got is, you have written the examination not from the center, but from your house. So that is the present situation. So on that context, we are going to talk today, not on my son's issue, but on the issues of ethical in education technology. Now I would like to request my panel members to please introduce themselves and then followed by their opening remarks on this particular topic.
Distinguished dignitaries and the guests in the hall, and the panel moderator and distinguished Venkatramana Garu, Dr. Praveen Jaggi Garu, and T. Vijaypal Reddy Garu. Good evening to all of you. I think I am alien in this group because all of you are hailing from the business school background or maybe from engineering colleges. I am from Agriculture University, which is located in Andhra Pradesh in Guntur district, in Guntur, and I am Dean of Agriculture Engineering and Technology. So that is why I'm saying I'm alien in this group. So today's topic is ethical considerations in education technology. So we all know education technology means creation and implementation of learning technologies to improve teaching. So wherein in the conventional education technology, we used to have the curricular development and then delivery methodologies and then ethical behavior of the learner we take into consideration, and then the context in which we are imparting that knowledge to the learner. And also we take the feedback, and based upon that, we develop the curriculum course content and deliver the technologies or deliver the lecture materials, and then continuing the teaching learning process. Whereas nowadays, with the advent of so many advanced technologies into the curriculum, the entire teaching learning process has been transformed. So we are having very much power with the advanced technologies. At the same time, we are having also greatest responsibilities to utilize the technologies properly, ethically, and judicially, and without any harm to the students who are using the technologies. So when we see the different ethical issues that are coming up in the teaching learning process particularly, so when we are talking about the teaching learning process, we talk about the educators, our teachers first, and then students second, and then other stakeholders also we take into consideration, the policymakers and business people also, when we are talking about this environment. So when you see this, everybody knows that data privacy is missing nowadays. It is actually a non-negotiable issue, but still it is missing. So for example, when we are developing our academic university management system in our university to make it fully automated using this advanced technologies, we share with the company the student profiles and other things, which needs to be actually completely stored properly and securely maintained with the encryption protocols. But the company to whom we have given, they have utilized that data to some other purpose, which should not be done in the actual case. So even though we need to use that advanced technologies because we have to go with the flow and that is needed in nowadays. But so data security and privacy is very much important. So we have to inform the students who are collecting the data, even to the parents, and then judiciously and transparently we have to use that. That is one of the important points. When we say the accessibility thing, in the agricultural university, we have different technologies wherein we are using precision agriculture, drones and other things to impart the knowledge to the students. But it is very difficult to provide the accessibility of these technologies to all the students, to all the people irrespective of their location or the site. And without having hands-on experience on the drones, the students are not able to understand the usage of that particular technology. So we have to think about how to create accessibility of the different technologies that are available in the present context. Like that, so many issues are there, copyright issues, and then cyberbullying and other things. Maybe my next speakers may talk about those things. Then I'll next come out onto that.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Introduce yourself and then give your opening remarks on this.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Myself, Dr. Praveen J, Principal, Gokraju Rangaraju Institute of Engineering and Technology. So our institution is located in Nizamabad. From here, it is about some 10 to 12 kilometers. It is established actually 25 years back. Recently, we celebrated Silver Jubilee actually, and our institution is offering engineering courses. 11 UG programs and 6 PG programs we are having, and ours is a NAC A++, and also NRF. We are ranked in 101 to 150 rank band. So today's topic is very nicely actually curated topic, that is ethical consideration in education technology. So already some of the points covered like data security, data privacy, etc. So other points I'll try to cover. So as we know that these days we have ChatGPT. So if we give any programming challenge or any project, whatever you give, so students are smart enough to use tools like ChatGPT. That is one thing. So now the teachers who are actually designing this question paper assignments should actually consider that it should not be that easy, which actually solved by ChatGPT, and students will only spend some time in social media instead of solving these assignments. Then plagiarism. So these days, even some of the tools like this ChatGPT, etc., even plagiarism also, it is very difficult to find whether it is actually written by student or it is a copied content. So we have to be very careful. Then if you see attitude, skills, knowledge, and behavior, these are all the 4 pillars in education. So in this attitude and behavior, these 2 things will come under these ethical activities actually. So right now in our institution, we have one course called Human Values and Ethics. We teach that. And also when, this affective skills actually. So soft skills or affective skills. This is a very less discussed topic in education area actually. So always we focus on other skills apart from this soft skills and affective skills. For example, if you see Coursera platform, so all these reviews done by peer review actually. So there we don't have teacher, only colleague student only reviews our assignment and will give grading. So they will take average of the 3 gradings and they will try to give assessment. So that is one of the tool which we are using in ethical or educational technology. So we should have transparency in assessment. That is very important thing. And we should have rubric, predefined rubric. Let us say sometime in medical or some other institution, they say it is very tough examination. So it only depends upon this teacher's mood. So if he is having good mood, he will clear the examination. Otherwise, he has to wait for 1 more year. It should not be like that. So we should clearly define rubrics. What are the actual technologies? What are the things required for a project evaluation or for laboratory evaluation or for theory paper evaluation? If we define rubrics, then it will be very easy for students to acquire that knowledge and be successful in his career actually. Then integration. So now so many tools are coming. So we should avoid rote learning. We should avoid memory-based learning because everything is available in internet. So we should, that is also one of the most important ethical things. Otherwise, what we do, we make all 60 students sit in the class and just we teach something which is already available on the internet actually. Let us not do such things. So we should incorporate think, pair, share activities like active learning activities, peer learning activities, flipped classroom, where the complex things can be discussed in the classroom, very simple things we can give in a video lecture, etc. Or project-based learning. Earlier speakers, they talk about case-based learning, experiential learning, etc. Or problem-based learning. So we need to incorporate these things so that active learning takes place in the system actually. Then now we have so many tools like Kahoot or the Edpuzzle. So we can ask questions while there is a video is going on. We can pause video and we can ask questions so that we'll understand. Otherwise, you know what is happening. So children, they are actually listening in a video class and they are playing a game actually. PUBG game they are playing and they are actually online, they are available actually. So let us not, that is an unethical activity. So teacher should not allow such things. So every 2-3 minutes he should pause, he should conduct a a test, or he should ask, he should take opinion or conduct a poll. Or what I mean to say is you engage them. So if you don't engage, that is not ethical learning actually. So incorporate all the educational tools so that ethical engagement happens. And also when there is a discussion forum and all those things, there should be curation actually. Some teaching assistant or some teacher should moderate the things. Otherwise, people will copy. They will try to give the answers in the chart actually. We should discourage such things actually. And always more than theory, we should have practice oriented. For example, Korea, etc. They have 80% hands-on, 20% only they have theory. And also another interesting thing, we should encourage slow learners. So how we should incorporate? You see, if you only concentrate on fast learners, so what happens about slow learners? So that is also one of the ethical thing. And also last one point is like parents and teachers, how we involve them actually in this activity. You are so in this ethics, already previous speakers also, they were telling about the role of teachers and parents. So we should see that we should involve them in these ethical activities. So I think these are all my points. I'll add more points after next speaker. So thank you so much.
Pranam to all and my gurus. My name is Venkat Ramana Kuruhuri, and I worked as a Vice President HR for IT companies for 30 years. Sri J. Chaudhary Garu and Sri BVR Mohan Reddy Garu is my gurus. I'm working as a Director Training and Career Guidance in Mallareddy University since 2 years. And I interacted nearly 10 lakh people and interviewed nearly 2 lakh people and given job opportunities for 1 lakh people. So the topic when it comes to ethical considerations in educational technology, I always say is that as an HR person, when we take a person into the organization, we always see his attitude. So ethics also plays a very important role because we want to see each and every individual should have ethics and moral and also the values. So that is the reason we always tell them that people should value humans as humans. So that is what actually we would like to tell. In Mallareddy University, which started in 2020 with 1,500 students, now we have nearly 16,000 students. We have started a course, a program from the first year onwards. Something like ethical behavior, which is a mandatory for all the first year students to go through that courses. We also give training program on grooming and etiquette, where we talk more about the ethics and values, because once the student go out of the campus, he is the brand ambassador of this institute. So that is what actually we train and groom in each and every individual, that he should follow ethics and values as a mandatory, being a brand ambassador of the institution. So you all are aware that ethics is nothing but a behavior of a person to see how he perform and prove with his positive attitude, mindset with an ownership. That is what actually we always see into it. And nowadays, most of the multinational companies are also looking that the students should have an ethics and values. Okay, that is what actually they are looking into it. And that has to impart into the curriculum. It is not only we see the students' ethics, also we see the faculty ethics, okay, because he is going to be the teacher, trainer, and learner, and ultimately he is going to be the mentor for the students. So we find this lack of ethics in students, also in the faculty members, and please take this as a positive, because I've seen a lot of the faculty members actually they get trained and they get certifications. When we ask them to get trained, the trainers, they take the advantage and they never gives the commitment to the institution, and they just leave the organization and they go and join the other organization because they have lack of ethics. So when you're going to teach ethics to the students, okay, the faculty should also have the ethics, because he is the role model and he is the mentor for the future of the students. So he need to look into those things also. So this actually I would like to share with you all, because when I worked as a vice president HR, when I go for campus drives, I've seen a lot of faculty members used to call me after the campus drive, and they asked me, do you have any opportunities for us? Okay. So we don't expect them to ask, because that is basically unethical, and we are not supposed to entertain those things. So I request all the faculty members to take the ownership, because they are the role models for the students, and they should ensure that, okay, ethics plays a very important role. In the last, before this, actually, there is a session which was about the future ready skills. Okay, we spoke about the future ready skills. That is a very interesting topic where I would like to be there. But in future ready skills, ethics plays a very important role. Okay, and that is a very, very important role. When we talk about the future ready skills, we talk about attitude, aptitude, ability, adopt, and accountability. So that is mandate for a person to prove himself as a professional. So ethics plays a very important role. It is one of the professional skills where the student has to develop. So when it comes to the organization, we talk more about integrity issues and non-disclosure issues. All this come based on the ethics. So we will be going through more about it with our speakers, and because Dr. Praveen is there, who has got 25 years of experience in academic, and Madam is there, who was into academic, and our moderator sir is also into an academic line. So they can talk more about this. And as an industry perspective person, I will definitely pitch on in. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Mani was saying that she is not from the field of engineering and related business related schools, but I think she has really started off with, nice copywriting issues, data privacy. She explained so well. And then Dr. Praveen has thrown some light on plagiarism and the tools related to that. And Dr. Venkatraman Garu has raised the issue of, teachers setting an example. When you are wanted to teach your students to have some ethics, teachers should set an example. Of course, our topic is now today on ethics in using education technology, but still, whatever is that, unless our teachers, staff have it, it will be very difficult. And I would like to request my friends to speak on what are the precautions that the young students should take while using the education technology, while whether using internet or the Wi-Fi or whatever it is. What are the general precautions that you would like to advise young students to take, each one of you?
Yeah. So it is actually a very nice question. Actually, this content was not covered in our discussion. So in our institution, we have one student club actually. It's called Digital Wellbeing Student Club actually. And we are also offering one course, 2 credit course on this thing. So here we have about 40 different items. For example, bullying is there. Then we have addiction is there, social media addiction. And there are so many, phishing is there. There are so many activities are happening online actually. So we should educate all our young students, as well as, you see, last week you might have seen in news that one IT professional actually victim of cyber this thing. So maybe a few crore rupees from his account actually. So somebody will lure with some, they will say that there is some award has come, something, some cash prize has come, and they will ask your details. So likewise, there are 40 to 50 things are there. So we are actually having a MOU with one foundation called End Now Foundation. So there are about 40 to 50 posters. So what we do is we circulate these posters to our students. And for example, PIN number, we should not give PIN number. We should not download. For example, what happens generally when we, sometime children at home, they'll take our phone and they'll try to download some game actually. So when they are downloading game, it will ask some other thing will also get downloaded with that thing. And we don't know. So whenever they are playing games, so whatever, because our games, our phone is linked with our account number, credit card, etc. When they are playing games, so they will buy guns, they will buy online. So everything we don't know. So suddenly some 5,000, 10,000 rupees. Okay, money is okay, but our data also, our photos, everything will go. So all these things are there. I'm just giving one example. Then if you see the games like PUBG, previously we had a game called Blue Whale game actually. So these type of things actually, they are very, very dangerous to students, especially school going children, etc. So one has to create caution. So one has to create. So we have some student bodies. So they will educate their family members, their colleagues, students, etc. about all these things. And there is something called black sheep. So somebody will be near to us. They will be following our social media. They will be following us. And they will be knowing us, and they will ask a friend request for a male. He may give a female. Like, so they'll try to trap us actually, and so it will create a psychological imbalance in that may lead to even suicides, etc. So, and also this addiction. So if you play PUBG game, last week you might have seen in a newspaper, one Chinese guy, he was playing for 1 week online games, and he died. So this type of, you see, these PUBG games and PUBG like games. So a lot of psychiatrists and psychologists hired to design these games. So there is lot of violence, lot of active involvement of the candidate actually. Because of that, they're even ignoring whether he is thirsty or he is to attend a nature call. So he's addicted in such a large extent that he's ignoring his nature or bodily requirements also. So this is very catastrophic actually. So there are about 40 to 50 items. So it is all defined in a one NGO kind of foundation end now. It is they don't charge any money, etc. So it is available. So there are 50 type of posters are created. So my advice is we have to have this type of digital well-being communities in student, and we need to create the awareness among our colleagues and students.
Nice. I think a lot of counseling is required, and we need to explain the do's and don'ts before the students come into that.
True, Andy. And basically what happens is that there should be a lot of awareness programs to be conducted in the institutions. And basically it is not only through faculty members, we need to invite the industry expertise people to come to institutions and speak about the ethics and values. Because the reason is that when you ask your child not to do this, he will definitely do that. Okay. And if you tell the student to don't do this, he will definitely do that. Okay. So just leave it to them because they're all matured students. Let them know whatever they have learned in the lessons in the life, they have to know about it. So what we sincerely request to the institutions and the faculty members that every weekend, okay, Saturday, we usually have some programs. Okay. Most of the classworks will not happen on Saturdays. We just keep it for CRT programs and soft skills programs and some clubs and some activities. So let's take it and pledge that every Saturday there will be some program on ethics and ethical considerations and for the educational technology, something like that. People should come forward and for example, when we talk about the institutions, okay, for freshers are always freshers. And the second year, third year, and fourth year students should take the responsibility, and they should be the mentors for the juniors. And they should see that the juniors follow the ethics and everything because they already have learned in the first year. They should be the mentors for them. So such programs has to be mandatory in the institution because we all follow the new national education policy. And there is a lot of changes which are coming up through national education policy. We should respect them. And we have to impart such things in the curriculum also. And those activities, most of these students learn through activities. Okay, when it comes to the extracurricular activities, team building skills, leadership skills, ethics, values, and all those things will be learned in these activities. So with others, right?
That's a good way of helping students through club activities, and most of the institutions we give them holiday, but I think Saturdays we are able to use them, and most of the students they are advanced when compared to teachers. I think students are more advanced in using education technology, and unless until they know the consequences in case they don't take care, the results will be very, very bad. Ma'am, your views on this?
Actually, we get most of the students from villages. So once they join the college, particularly for the graduation programs, they are so excited and start using these all advanced technologies. So that's what has happened in some of our colleges, this particularly this Amazon marketing chain. So they get one message, if you sell for 400 rupees, you will get 800 rupees. And if you sell for 1200, you will get 12,000 like that. So with that, some of the students in one of our college lost almost 1 to 2 lakhs. Slowly it came to our notice. So from that time onwards, we started having classes every Saturday evening, awareness on the advanced technologies and how to use it and how the improper use should be avoided. So we are conducting every Saturday through talk clubs, because we have talk clubs in the colleges. So through talk clubs, every Saturday we are conducting the awareness awareness on these advanced technologies. Other than that, for all the 4 years in the graduation program, every Monday, 1 hour, 10 students are allotted to each teacher. So that is advisory sort of thing. So that particular teacher, he takes care of all those 10 students academically as well as personally, and all issues related to that student, so that he mentors them in all aspects of academical as well as personal and personality development, all issues. And if anything further happens, then it will come to our notice. So it is working very well in our university. So after that, so many issues have been sorted out.
Very nice. Today morning, I was attending a session in JNTU. It's also an higher education summit. There, the AICT chairman has come. So as he was talking, he was just telling a small incident, He just tried to, ChatGPT 3.5 version, and then he said, can I know something about AICT? AICT chairman has typed that. And he has got 20 pages of matter on that. And most of those things, some of them, even he doesn't know about AICT. That's the power of that. Then he wanted to test ChatGPT, and then I said, can you write a poem on AICT? And it has written in 10 seconds, he got an answer with 4 paragraphs of beautifully, written poem on that. I mean, even that's an art, actually. Writing a poem is an art. It's not a skill much, but now that could do it. He still wanted to test ChatGPT. He said, can you please translate into Telugu? I mean, Hindi. And he got it in 10 seconds. Now, that is the power of ChatGPT. So he immediately asked the audience here, there are around 1,000 students there. And how many of you use ChatGPT? Believe me, almost everybody raised the hand. And that is the power of ChatGPT in the modern period. And now educationists, the universities, the world over, now they're all struggling, finding different methods, doing a lot of research on how to handle, especially in evaluation, how to overcome this ChatGPT in between the teacher and student in that issue. So, I would like to request you people to please tell me what precautions can be taken by our, educators in respect to ChatGPT and other such things.
Yeah. So that is again a very interesting question, and how we have to deal with it. So for example, in India, most of the examinations are paper-based examination. For example, so there ChatGPT generally will not play any role actually. In laboratory also, most of the laboratory what we do, so generally we don't give internet to them actually. So coming to written examination, laboratory examination, we don't have any threat with ChatGPT. But yes, in project, for example, when we have project, so that is how we have to define the rubric actually. So if we define a rubric, for example, most of the time what happens, let us say I want to integrate some information with the Bluetooth, for example. So let us say if I am able to interact with Bluetooth, let us say LED glows. So student will show, okay, this LED is now glowing, my project is done. So it is not like that. So if we able to want to sell that project in industry, nobody will take that project. So there are some 4 or 5 different type of checkings we required actually. For example, if you want to buy a phone, so you see, instead of talking on phone, we have 1,000 other apps running, and phone can be used as multiple things actually. So likewise, we need to define the requirement for a project, so that now recently AICT has come up with a new things called competency based education performance indicators actually for everything. For example, if I am a civil engineer, so do I have skill to have really make a structure? Do I am able to design the software? What are the the things I should ensure when I am writing those codes, etc., design, all those things. So we need to actually create that competency-based education and performance indicator. Like what level I can design a project, for example. So if I am writing a code, so what level I can write. So most of the things you see, you can ChatGPT can write, but ChatGPT cannot give a solution. For example, let us say Ola is having some issue. You cannot ask ChatGPT to solve that problem. It cannot give because it is very complex problem. Only the person who is working on that, for example, a cloud activity is there. So some cloud act services you are not able to link. If you ask ChatGPT, it cannot give a solution. So we require people to really solve the complex problem and see that how we incorporate this plagiarism, this and also we have this thing called Bloom's taxonomy, higher level thinking order skills actually. So generally we should avoid rote learning, listening and understanding type of questioning, memory based questioning. We should go to advanced level like apply, analyze, design, evaluate kind of thing. So once you increase the required competencies, naturally let them use ChatGPT, but we should increase the bar. So that is what we do in our institution. And also other institution like IITs and other institution, if you say MIT, etc. So everything they are actually planning to have hands-on. So they want to reduce memory and everything is hands-on, and how we have to develop technology using technology. So that is what we have to do. So where ChatGPT or generative this type of algorithms role is very less. And also if you ask something which we can learn through hands-on, ChatGPT may not give such things actually. So we need to emphasize more on skills and more on higher learning order, teaching and learning skills actually. So that is what we need to follow.
Actually, we are all shifting from writing examinations to through paper to the online. Yesterday, I was speaking to one of the college. They have actually converted into almost into university. They say that we do not have any paper. Neither the question paper nor the answer paper will be on this one. Every student will have a tab where answers will be written there. Straight away, the answers are going to the evaluator in the form of this one. They will evaluate digitally and then send it. Now, the present system is, for example, St. Peter's Engineering College. We have an examination paper, and then the examination department will take a scan of all the copies and then send it to 3 evaluators. And we normally do the process. But now this is changing. Now, in this scenario, ChatGPT and other things, when they are writing on paper, it's okay. But when they are doing digitally, the challenges will be more. Venkatraman, I think you are from industry. I think you should have more ideas about this.
Yeah. See, one thing I would like to tell you about that new course which has come up is artificial intelligence and machine learning. Okay. To be open with you all, okay, it is not artificial intelligence and machine learning. It is an artificial man learning. Okay. Later on, people will learn why the artificial intelligence has come. Let me be very open with you all. Okay. In Mallaradi University, we have computer circuit courses only. Out of 100, 80% students are into artificial intelligence and machine learning. Okay. And there are no students who are taking the core engineering courses. As an HR person with 30 years of experience, I would like to tell you, core engineering is always evergreen. Okay. All these artificial intelligence and other courses are all bubble. We do not know what happens. If anything happens to USA market, we are all gone. Okay. So this is not a threat, but we have to be very cautious. Computer courses are something we can learn afterward, after 6 months or something like that. It is nothing a new thing. Because what I would like to tell, artificial intelligence and machine learning is a threat for everyone. And to get a jobs also, it is very competitive because people who have already gone through the artificial intelligence, machine learning, they're unemployed. Okay. Out of 100, there are only 10, maybe 5 or 6% people have got the jobs. Okay. So you have to be very cautious in such things because that is where ethics and values will come. Okay. And people should know. Okay. We are seeing some new things which are coming in the news, and we have been seeing that through artificial intelligence, there are a lot of threats happening and we have to be very cautious. So here, certainly the ethics plays a very important role because whatever the technology we are learning, we have to be very cautious and we have to use for the society, for the development of the society, for the state and for the country and for your career. So these things people have to keep in their mind and they have to take it very seriously. And that is what, as an industry expertise person in HR, when we take a person into the organization, we always see a person should have a positive attitude, mindset with ownership, which fit into our work environment, work culture. We want to see that the person has got an ability, adopt and accountable to take any project, because he has to work with the project, he has to work with the client. So as a soft skills and professional skills, okay, and we always speak about the LSWR, okay, listening skills, speaking skills, reading skills, and writing skills, which are mandatory. A part of these also, ethics also is a part of the thing which is required for everyone. So the whole technology, and because now we're not calling as an information technology, now it is called as an innovation technology. We are seeing a lot of innovations which is happening. We are very thankful to Sri Jay Chaudhary Garu, who is the STP director, and he is the man back for the development of high-tech city, okay? And he was a South Indian director, and he's the man, Vision 2020, okay? We can see that there is a lot of development, and thanks to our KTR Garu, who actually developed and brought the innovation centers like T-Hub and T-Works. So these all are there where we can learn ourselves and where ethics are required.
Ma'am, can you please help us? What is the role of teachers and parents in inculcating ethics to young students and using education technology?
First of all, the teachers should follow the code of conduct with all the ethics before teaching to the students. They should follow that. Once they follow, generally the students will also, since they teach the teachers take the teachers as a role models, they also follow. For example, when the teacher is teaching the student, he should completely think in terms of the development of the student. He had to put all his efforts without any partiality. He has to give all his subject knowledge, and then he should concentrate to develop the critical thinking of the student, so that the overall development of the student will take place. So when the teacher is following the ethics, definitely the student also will follow following the ethics. So as Sir said, when we are seeing the research publications nowadays, so all because of the artificial intelligence and other advanced technologies, so much of plagiarism is coming. And when we see the number of publications, India ranks first. But when it comes to the quality publications, the India citations, India stands nowhere. That is because since the students are not able to develop the competent skills to analyze, to write. So if the teacher, since from the beginning, focuses on how to analyze the problem and how to design the problem and how to develop, like that, if he focuses and then mentor the student, definitely those skills will be improved. And then student will not go into the path of doing the plagiarism. He definitely he definitely does not violate the copyright rule, and whatever material he copies, he will definitely give the citation, and he follows and he respects the intellectual property rights also. So from the beginning, the teacher should be the mentor for the student in terms of honesty, integrity, and then discipline, and definitely the student will follow the path. Even parents also, because normally the ethics starts from home, and then from the school, and then from the college, and then at religious places. So at every step we are seeing the things and learning the things. So only thing is proper framework, if it is there, then definitely the student will follow the path. So institutional culture is also very much important, wherein, like if we see the important reputed institutions like IITs, BITS, there when the calendar is set without even deviation of one day, the entire calendar will be followed. But if we go to some of the institutions, So according to the teachers' needs, students' needs, and administrator needs, the calendar will be changed. So institutional culture is also very much important, wherein definitely the student, along with the course curriculum, he develops the skills and then he follows the ethics.
Sir, Praveen sir, on this.
Actually, sir, like we should also think from a teacher's perspective also. Many times in this type of forums, so many times we talk that the teacher is at fault actually. So what I think, like, first of all, we should also create a good platform for teacher. So for example, if you see, we always we talk about very great institution. So similarly, lot of facilities are also provided for teachers. So likewise, we should provide, first of all, very good facilities for school teachers and the teachers who are actually there in private degree colleges, private colleges, wherever teacher is there. So he should have access to learning platforms, first of all. So many like software companies and other companies, they are actually giving some under CSR, they are giving a lot of knowledge transfer actually. But at institution level, do we have facilities for teachers where they have, let us say, some computers, some time for them to learn these things, and or do we give some recognition to them if they learn something, etc. So that is one of the thing I think, because so many times, because whenever teachers get better opportunities, they try to leave this institution actually. That is happening because now there is a lot of demand to computer related courses, and it is becoming a very challenge task to institution like us to retain faculty members. So we train them 2-3 years. Then once we think that that faculty is in a very good position to deliver the technical content to the students, suddenly the neighboring college or institution will give better offer. So immediately he'll try to switch to that thing. So instead of that, if we can create some better opportunity to teachers, so then he will stabilize actually. Then we can talk about ethical things actually. Otherwise, what happens? There are a lot of challenges are there with respect to retaining teachers coming to public sector actually. If you see government sector, it is may not be that problem, because getting government job itself a challenging thing. So there may not be frequent switching in these things. So that is one point what I'm thinking. So then the next point is when teacher is taking the sessions, for example, in education, technology, etc. So he should have similar ethical rules for evaluating. For example, we have girl students, we have boys. So how he should not have any discrimination. Similarly, region wise also, if somebody is coming from Northeast, somebody is coming from North India, South India, so he should not have any regional these things also. If you see, if somebody like our children, they are going to different countries, so they don't have anything there actually. So there, this type of discrimination are there, not there, because it is a international institution and all this training is already happened there. But this type of training is not given to our teachers. So that is how we get sometimes ethical issues. So when teacher is having assessment, so there should be a clear definition how he has to actually give assessment with respect to students. So that is one thing. The second thing is with respect to parents actually. So like many times we say that children are addicted to phone. So if you see their parent, both mother and father, they are more addicted than children. So children will learn from their parents actually. So we should see that parents, whether are they are spending time. Similarly, software engineers are there. So both are working in industry, both will work late nights, and they have international calls. So generally they don't give time to their children actually. So because of that, what happens? So children will download some app, chat, and they are continuously chatting with their students. And psychologically also we need to monitor. So there is a lot of importance of these teachers and parents with respect to ethical values what we built in students actually. So it should start from home. It should start from teachers actually. But whatever issues are there, like parents are not having time, teachers are having their own challenges. So if we can address, we cannot address all the problems, but if we can address some minimum problems, then I think these things will actually create a lot of impact on student ethics actually.
Yeah, I just want to tell that every faculty should be ATM. ATM is not anytime money. It is something like anytime mentor. Okay. So every faculty has to be an ATM in each institute, and we can see a dynamic changes in the institution growth because parents trust us and they see that the child will be learning not only education, he will learn the ethics and he'll come out with as a professional and a good responsible citizen to the society as well as to the country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think when it comes to teaching ethics, I think there is no better person than the faculty and the parents. And from my point of view, I think if a teacher wanted to all their students to read and write on their own, teachers also should do the same thing. Every day, teacher brings through ChatGPT or just a PPT and explains, and students also will do that. So if a teacher is referring a lot of books, and the end of the day, if a teacher is going to tell us, I have referred so many books, please go to the library and go and refer them, the respect of student, on the teacher will almost multiply. So I think we should start our teachers helping the students in that way. And the students always will feel, yes, my teacher is going through a lot of books. They're almost original. And in case whatever they are doing it, if you are citing from which website you got this material, from which book you got this material, I think that's what we should all learn. Citation is the most important, and we should teach our students and also the teachers. And as rightly said, parents should set an example. And especially in the early stages of their childhood itself, parents should tell them what to see, what not to see, how to take care, and for what sites should they respond. All such things, precautions, if they give, set a framework for them, I think that will be the best one. So thank you so much, all the panelists here. I request from the audience, any questions or your insights on this particular topic, you can just share with us.
That was very informative and enlightening. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a round of applause for all the speakers out there? Thank you very much. So if there's any questions that we need to take up there, please go ahead. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I would request the panel to please stay back for a group picture. Once again, I would like to thank all the speakers of the day. And can we please give a round of applause for all the speakers? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So for the valedictory session, I would like to invite Professor V. Venkataramana, Vice Chairman, Telangana State Council of Higher Education. And along, I would like to invite Mr. Sudhakar Rao, Director, ICFI Group of Educational Institutions. Can we please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for both of them? Thank you very much.
A very good evening to all of you. It's a matter of grit, determination, patience to stay through the entire conference, entire summit. So all of you who remained sitting in the hall, you deserve a big round of applause. I think we go through several such instances where you have challenge of audience, in the sense lack of audience. That's a big challenge itself. But the discussions were very interesting right from the morning. Even the last discussion on ethics is extremely interesting. We are very happy to associate with this event with the BW Business World. We have been associating and making sure that we associate and bring forth sessions, conferences, and summits which are important for us to open our minds up. And at the end of the conferences, we take back some of the important points that we generated here and implement them. So actionable insights is what we always mine for. And we would like to now and in future also look for such opportunities so that we can take home several insights. And today, the Power Packed inaugural has been extremely interesting, especially for me personally. The insights were very, very good. I think if we focus on those insights and try and create at least 3 bullet points for us to implement in our own departments, in our own schools and universities, I'm sure we would have done a great bit of contribution to the existing process in our educational institutions, which I'm sure all of you will do. Several times in conferences, what happens is there is a competition to speak, but the power and the staying power to listen to those conferences and speeches is much more valuable according to me. I think our ability to sit down and learn has to be given greater priority. We've always been teaching and talking in front of our students back home, right? So here we come and we sit down and listen. I think that format once in a while is important for us. So we sit down, listen, ask questions, gather the takeaways, go back and implement. So therefore, that role we will have to play. Well, our founder once mentioned we were traveling in the US and we were sitting in a major conference. It's called AACSB conference. AACSB conference was being held in Tampa at that time, Florida. So there were a lot of Chinese people who were participating in the conference. They were all moving around. Venue after venue, there are a lot of sub venues, right? There is parallel tracks going on. This room is one venue for one talk, and parallel there are several rooms in the whole venue. So I was observing a lot of Chinese people sitting in the front row and making notes. And then I moved to another venue. There also I found almost 20% of them sitting in the front row and writing down something. Over the 2 days and 3 days of the conference, I noticed several Chinese people writing down, but never a Chinese person stood up and spoke. Then we went back for dinner and I was bringing up this observation. And our founder said, that is a Chinese way of learning. We sometimes don't value that. The Chinese way of learning is very, very different, non-visible kind of learning. They're always there. They don't raise any questions. They jot down and they go back and do whatever they have to do. It's their style. But even if you take 80% of that and imbibe some of those skills of listening peacefully, jotting down, mulling it over, and then going back and implementing, I think that'll be great. Yes, we should also ask questions. We should also be visible. I think in front of our stakeholders like students, we should be much more visible. Among the dimensions that our people have mentioned in the panel discussions today, for example, ethics. Ethics is something less talked about and more demonstrated. I think as institutions, we should be role models. As institutions, our practices will be seen every day. Whatever notice boards, the notices that you pin up are watched by the students and also the colleagues. And if you don't stick to the notice or the promise that you have made, and it is okay informally within your institution to violate those norms, then slowly it will percolate down to the student. And there's a culture, as ma'am was mentioning, the institutional culture will be thus built in a wrong way. The way we treat our colleagues is also a very important measure. Everyone is observing, apart from the colleagues that we are treating. The students are looking at us. So slowly and steadily and dangerously, we are not becoming role models for our students. That's the biggest concern. The moment there is a mic, we are ready to speak for an hour, nothing less than an hour we speak, right? Nobody can stop us. Whether our time has come or not on this earth, nobody can stop us. Because we are teachers, we get used to talking, and 1 hour, 15 minutes is the standard time. If I start, it has to end at 70 minutes or 75 minutes. But more importantly, what we demonstrate in terms of practices, in terms of partiality with the students, evaluation, all those things, we need to very carefully, sensitively look at. Some of the utterances that we make in the class when we crack jokes will have to be very professional. We cannot take it light. We may say anything in a jest and then we go away, but the student is there to look at you and make comments. It's a position of power when we stand at the podium in front of the students. Therefore, it's also a position of responsibility, much beyond that 75 minutes. We get down, we go to our room, but the student stays with us, or our words stay with the student. And therefore, either we are a role model or we are not a role model, depending on what we say, what we do. So our institutional practices and individual practices together build institutional culture, and therefore ethics has to be more demonstrated rather than preached. Now that is very, very important for us. We are all very busy, all faculty members, teachers, professors, we are busy covering syllabus, covering portions. And therefore there is hardly any room for us to actually do something creative, make peer learning work. We take all the responsibility to complete the syllabus. We don't actually do any innovation in terms of bringing the students and making them part of actually conducting the rest of the process. Only good institutions, good business schools or good universities have a practice of making everything run by the students. The campuses should be run by the students. It belongs to them. 80-95% are them. Most of the teachers are 40 plus and the people they report to are 60 plus. But these 40 plus and 60 plus are actually teaching about 18 plus or 20 plus kind of students in terms of age. So there is a generational divide we need to understand and we need to play catch up. So the more open we are, the more fostering we are in terms of peer learning, the lesser burdensome it is on us. So that's one way of looking at it. And therefore we will have greater time to analyze and be a facilitator and a role model also. Otherwise you are doing your laundry job of finishing the portions and all. If we make it hybrid, if we make sure that we don't have to teach everything in the class, just like the way we have mentioned in our lesson plan, then we have a lot of room to innovate and bring in the students to actually shoulder some responsibilities. So that's very, very important for us. Now, even-mindedness, balance, and jumping to conclusions is another area where we are largely influenced by technology through social media, for example. Influencing technologies are many. One of them is social media, and this social media will also try to mold your perception about things that are happening around us in terms of sports, in terms of cinema, in terms of politics, in terms of what happens in society, relationships, so on and so forth. And they are much more in the mind space than our prompt engineering and how we work with generative AI. How do we have to harness the power of machine learning and I will wait. Yeah. I'm not Mr. J. Chaudhary. Sir walked out actually when there was a timer. So we need to create more time for us to think and see what kind of value we are adding as heads of institutions and teachers in the classroom. Well, of course, we should stop calling ourselves teachers. Everyone is a learner. We are lifelong learners. And therefore, it is a learner 1 to learner 2. A learner standing here and a learner standing there or sitting there is the kind of construct. So the principles that we believe in and the practices that we demonstrate take us quite a long way in our journey. And of course, our journey is pretty long. So this generational divide, which I'm talking about, is generally called alpha, Gen Alpha. Am I right? These youngsters are called Gen Alpha. We are what, boomers? Yeah. So boomers versus zoomers, I think. So this generation Alpha is actually an internet generation. It's also called Gen I. Now, in between something has come, it is called Gen AI, which is not generation, but is generative AI. We are all thoroughly confused, but I'm sure if we opt out of social media, all of us, if we opt out of social media, there'll be no role models for the students. The same students will have some of your mobile numbers. And when they go on to the Facebook, there is a prompt saying that you may know these people. Dr. Praveen will be there. I'm just taking your example. But if you don't share your mobile number, you will not be seen on the Facebook prompt. And therefore, there's no way of he following you. And there's no question of any role, being a role model. Collectively, all of us are moving away from the platform of being a role model, which was the primary responsibility for us. And later we come back and blame it on politicians, media, so on and so forth. Whereas we have actually not shouldered that responsibility. We have actually gone away from that primary responsibility. So that's very, very important for us to do that. Going forward, I want to say only one thing, that is, the entire conference is based on 3 important parameters. The summit has helped us in taking away that innovation is a very, very powerful thing and a requirement on a daily basis or a monthly basis for us. We need to innovate the programs that we create for them, or the way we deliver those programs to the students, the way we approach in terms of pedagogical interventions. I think everywhere innovation is required. Incremental or big scale, small or big, everywhere, every type of innovation is required for us in order to make sure that our conduct and our journey is very interesting and value adding. Second is technology. There is no sphere where technology has no role. Technology is all pervading, and it is better that we learn technology and embrace technology so that whatever we have decided to deliver is delivered very effectively and at scale. Several models are available. I think technology is going to power us, as mentioned by Professor B.J. Rao. The power of internet is going to be 100 times much more or 1,000 times much more in the days to come through quantum computing. Therefore, the way we can deliver content at speed is going to be an equalizer, is going to be much more democratic in terms of sharing the content. So technology is something we should love to use and harness knowledge, and thereby become very, very transformative. And the last point is, and very, very important point is, entrepreneurial thinking. Whether you work for yourself or work for someone else, having the children bearing entrepreneurial thinking is extremely important. That's the mindset we need to cultivate. And how entrepreneurial thinking will come, and that's very, very important. Couple of years back, we were in the US and we were in Stanford. And therefore, one of the Stanford professors speaks to you, right? So all of us were sitting, and some of the delegates, we were about 15, 16 of us. And one of the members who represented a leading university, which is not very far from this place, has asked a question. What is that you do in Stanford, which we don't do back home in India, that makes Stanford a breeding ground for entrepreneurs? That was a very good question. But the answer lies with us, right? Answer lies with us. Most of our universities, at least some of the universities that I know, they don't pay their teachers very well. Even if they pay, they take half the salary back. There are some practices which are nefarious. We are not thoroughly professional. Our own entrepreneurial conduct is based on cutting corners. Short-term approaches are there. Entrepreneurial approach has to be risk-taking and based on ownership. One needs to move forward no matter what is the result. But if you're always base your actions on ROI and you're thoroughly worried about what could be the outcome, you will never make any other attempt, and you won't allow any other faculty member to take any risk, and therefore you won't allow any other student to take risk, but you want everyone to become an entrepreneur. And as parents and in the society, our parental faith in children about entrepreneurship is pretty low. It is minus. So that is another issue. So I think the solutions have to be found back home with us, in our institutions and at homes and in society. We need to celebrate failures. We need to actually have a mechanism and platform to have that balance of mind, equanimity, and not jumping to conclusions. All these things will result when you have teaching community or institutions moving forward with greater responsibility in every action that they take. So innovation, technology, and entrepreneurial mindset are the three important takeaways for me. And I'm sure the Business World Higher Education Summit has very nicely brought forth these points through several discussions from distinguished members like all of you. I have really enjoyed, and I want to thank each and every one of you by name for participating and making this a big success. Thank you so much. And I also want to thank Preksha, Priya, the anchor, and the members who are sitting in this box. Some of them are sleeping, but it's okay. You will continue to sleep. Thank you so much for providing this support. And thank you, cameraman and your assistant. I wish you all the best and have a nice stay in Hyderabad. There's a lot of traffic jam. Don't be in a rush to go out. Stay here, pack up everything, and leave leisurely. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Right, and private university. Thank you. Sorry, that was nice way of winding up the entire summit. I'm extremely sorry that I had to take a call in the mid. There's a cabinet at 4:30, so there's some query which has come. As usual, we have to be ready with data whenever somebody asks, and that's one thing which Sudhakar Rao missed. Somebody said ATM. I think I should add my role as ever ready. That you should be able to, in the middle of the night, tell how many universities, what students, how many PhD scholars, what is the funding, what are the problems. So that becomes when faculty become administrators like us. That's because this cannot be avoided. I mean, you can understand the priority. I have great pleasure to actually say that this summit was extremely well organized, thanks to the support of ICFI, primarily, and MIMS. I see a lot of good names. And I think this kind of a coming together of all the players in the ecosystem shows the commitment towards improving higher education. I have not come here to make a speech on this, but definitely I came here to assure all of you that the system looks forward to a very healthy level playing field, providing a level playing field for all the players, whether it's a small engineering college to a university, both in public and private, as well as research organizations, etc. Having said that, I think the primary reason why at the State Council we want to associate with such events is that to bring in and foster a cooperative and a collaborative kind of a thing. Today, there's no competition. It's all about cooperation. I can learn better practices, best practices. I can learn and gain and share. Being at in an organization which is like a bridge to the government and the universities per se, or the educational system, I think it becomes our responsibility to feed the government with a proper situational kind of analysis. And it changes every time. 10 years back when Telangana was formed, 2014, I remember, we used to think that what could be the way forward and then and it goes on. See, things sometimes, irrespective of who is there, things will move on. But the players are important, and that is people like us. We should never forget our role, that we should try to learn from each other, rightly said by Dr. Sudhakar Rao. Because unfortunately, what happens when we become islands of excellence, for example, I don't want to say about many institutions which I worked earlier and I also keep in touch now. We become islands of excellence. And when we come down to small institutions, we start pointing out the differences which are not there, things which are not there. Somebody in the morning talked about syllabus. I think nobody should cover the syllabus. They should uncover the syllabus. You should make the student know what he does not know, rather than asking him the same. Today's situation, unfortunately, though I'm I'm also responsible for it, is that predictable teaching. First of all, predictable admission process. You write some examination, and I don't think we need any examinations nowadays. In fact, I am going to move a proposal to scrap some of these examinations, like entrance examinations, because there are no takers. There are few seats, lot of seats and more. So it's a real pressure on the student. In fact, I had also mentioned this to the earlier education minister. So predictable examination, predictable selection, predictable learning, predictable examination, predictable marks, predictable jobs, and these are not going to be there. So what are we going to do for future? We need to unlock the potential. I think the theme which has been chosen is really good. For example, inspiring and unlocking. And Dr. Sudhakar talked about inspiring. I will talk about unlocking. You find that when we are talking from this point, we find that we are only referring to institutions which have good faculty, good infrastructure, good funding, and good students. Now look at situation where, and good would mean that somebody who can who can speak good English, communicate effectively, have a balanced mind, have a learning aptitude. All this we want to have. But what about things the other side? I am also the Vice Chancellor of a 9,000 students residential university, which was in the news for bad reasons for a couple of months back. Issue is that somewhere down the line, we forget about our commitment towards these bright minds, either because we are fully focused on these so-called good institutions, or we follow the same models which are being followed. So when I went there 16 months back, I found that the students are extremely bright, come from very impoverished backgrounds, but they need support. And the first thing I took it up with the government, and fortunately the government was very kind enough, is look at things which can improve the student to perform better. Things would mean computing facilities, things would mean better hygiene in the hostels, which would also mean better care to be taken of the faculty. Now, many times we forget as managements, as governments, we forget that the key players are the faculty, are the deans. Sometimes we assume that the teacher faculty should do their roles, and that's as per the SOP, but they have to do roles which are not as per the SOP also. For example, they have to mentor, they have to look after, they have to keep looking at the trends, learning outcomes, learning abilities, and then, interventions which have to be done. And very few of us give the faculty an opportunity to express and talk something out of the box, because everybody wants to be conformist. But if you want to change organization, in fact, mine is a classic case. Dr. Sudhakar was talking about case studies in ICFI. I would welcome you to write a case study on our own university. 9,000 students, completely residential, and we had to turn it around into a very peaceful, very, happening campus. And to a large extent, we have succeeded. I learned it. In fact, I never worked with an institution like this. I have always worked in institutions where I did not have much contact with the students, but I had to do micromanagement. For example, the sanitation issues, the security issues, the kitchen, the hospital, hostel. So I had a great innings. I still continue to be there. But the point I'm trying to say is that when you apply the same formula, or you wear the same lens to solve every problem, it will not be. You'll have to be highly adaptive, you'll have to be highly flexible, and you'll have to sometimes be unconventional. If I have been taught a certain way of doing things and I want to do it, it won't work. And sometimes we as academicians also expect that somebody else should do. There were instances when I had to take up things which I would never have taken up in my life. For example, there are a lot of things. I don't want to mention them now because it's all history. But had I not done that kind of a micromanagement or hand-holding to the faculty, convincing them every 3 days, having a meeting, virtual, followed by physical visits, surprise visits, calling on government officials, impressing upon them the need, talking to politicians, sometimes disagreeing with them, getting into a wrong side of their thinking. All that happened. But I think at the end of it, the moral of the story I'm trying to say, it's not about me. It's all about good administrators and academic. Working with government is very tough. But when you work with them, you find that there's so much the government can do. We all think that sometimes it may be not advisable to work. No, every university, every academic leader should work with the government because there's so much to offer. The government can, if it wants, offer you the entire this thing. For example, the first meeting of the T-Hub was held by me. and without any charge. I mean, the tea hub was the hall was given to me free. Because I told Jayesh Ranjan that, look, I'm getting, because the minister was with me, and I said, I'm getting 1,000 students to Hyderabad on the rotation. And he said, for you, it's all free, because we believe that you are going to be the change agent and bring in more exposure. So many instances like that come to my mind. I see in the audience a lot of experienced people, Professor Sai Baba, are good friends from academia, my own colleagues, some of you students. So I think the summit has lots to offer. And I particularly like, as Dr. Sudhakar said, all of them committed to come. That's another thing. However busy we are, even these 20, 25 of you take back some of these suggestions, and then it becomes kind of this thing. I think it's very important. Almost I was counting around 15, 20 top academic leaders of the state have come here, apart from other people like Professor Karnakar and other people who are also equally competent, and Lakshman, Professor Lakshman, etc. I can't remember Peter or this thing, Vijay Pal, so Praveen. So that shows that we are all interested, but somebody has to get us together. And that somebody could be Business World, ICFI, Narsimoji, or any of these institutions which are trying to do this. So from our side, from the council side, in fact, Priya was calling me whether I'm making it with a lot of difficulty, because I had to rush through this event and go to the swearing in and then come back to office and then come here, because we certainly wanted to ensure that all of you take back certain good learning these things. I have also had the pleasure to host earlier, I think our last 2-3 events we were associated. And I would ideally request Dr. Sudhakar to do 2 things for us. One, document the entire thing since morning, whatever we have done. And it's possible, if there are no IP issues, we can co-create this knowledge. Some small bullet points of what everybody said. Forget about the people like us, but some of them who really came prepared and who are panelists. So we can have a small this thing. And also, second thing, we can, from the State Council, we can circulate this to all the good universities as a state document. And also, third thing, which I can also proudly say, is in the months to come, in the weeks to come, there will be reviews, there will be discussions, there will be a lot of people coming to Hyderabad. And as per the information available to me, at least in this week, I have hosted 3 delegations, one from Estonia, one from Germany, and one from America, 4 universities, Pace University, US. Yesterday, there was a university, again, one more university, George Mason University. We have signed an MOU. And in the next 10 days, I have 3 more delegations from Thailand, Singapore, and so on and so on. So when such an ecosystem is, they're aware of it. Believe me, whoever is coming to Hyderabad, no more the focus is on student recruitment, but good students who can bring value to those institutions. So similarly, we want to have a research consortium, Telangana research advisory body we have already constituted. And we want to encourage both faculty from colleges to do research, and we'll give a seed funding. We'll have this research awards every year. And we'll also have on January, I think I'll leave it to Sudhakar to announce 1 or 2 more things later on. Let's not do all at a time. But I'm sure half of this audience will be there, at least 3/4 of in January, for another very mega event we are doing in Hyderabad. That's more of a knowledge and networking event from an outstanding international scholar. We did one of them 3-4 years back along with ICFI, but I think this time we'll do it in a large scale. And things like this keep us going. And somebody asked me, in fact, at my office, my colleagues were asking me, there's something very important and you're rushing. I said, things can wait, but certainly we can do multitasking. I think sometimes we should do that. And that's what I've been doing.
Sir,
Thank you so much.
Question.
Yeah.
Sorry for speaking out of turn, but it was being discussed sometime back in one of the panels. I think it was the last panel. And it's an observation that even we all endorse, is that in many engineering colleges, the core streams are going begging. There are no students willing to join in those streams like civil, mechanical, electrical, and things like that. We also have ICFI Tech, and therefore there's an overwhelming demand for AI, ML, data science kind of courses, computer science kind of courses. Other than that, people are not interested. Sir, is it a good idea? I'm just thinking, having listened to you, I was just thinking, is it a good idea to have a generic BTech? For example, we don't have any branches called at the time of admission, only at the time of admission. For example, when you join MBA, it's a generic MBA. It's a generalist MBA. For our institute, we give generalist MBA. Based on the number of courses or electives that you take, you will sit in the interview and qualify yourself as majored in HR or something like that. But at the time of entry, you're all getting into MBA. Similarly, can we all get into just BTech? And later, based on the electives, because all the labs have to be in place. Your engineering has to be well-rounded. Your mechanical engineering labs will have to be staying put. Your electronics and electrical will have to stay. Civil engineering will have to stay, so that we understand everything. And probably when you are in final year or so, you can choose your specialization and move forward. Even otherwise also, whoever is studying any other stream like mechanical, what I studied, all my classmates are now in computer science. At their MS level or at their work level, they have gone into the world of computing only. So I think at the entry level, if we have to remove this confusion and problem, maybe we should get into generalist BTech program. I wanted to have sir's response.
I think wonderful session. In fact, you will find in the next 1 year or so changes which will be completely unimaginable, because we have to take these steps. Number one, 95% of our students are preferring AI, computer science, so things like that, without really having a core engineering strength in neither core engineering nor any other of this thing. So there is a move to make it a generic MBA, generic engineering program, like you said, but not so much as you said that everybody can go through it. But somewhere down the line, first year would be common. I'm not an engineering student. First year we'll try to be, but we're also looking at the German model. We have had initial discussions, apprentice model. We'll have a gap year model where student can go away from the college, come back again after 2-3 years after doing a stint in in your startup thing. There's so many on the table. What it requires is is strong will to do it, and strong commitment to do it, backed by the political support. So I am sure in the coming weeks and months, in fact, today morning, AICT chairman was in Hyderabad. I could not meet him because of this summit, but apparently we are also talking about delinking AICT from many of the good institutions. In fact, this suggestion, which AICT has improved in the annual process book, is we said Telangana would like to be not just conforming to AICT, beyond AICT. For example, if I have a good institution, I don't need an AICT. I should be setting standards. So there are certain very drastic and radical changes we have proposed, because I think the age of the regulation, age of control, age of license Raj has gone. You have seen it in 1982 itself, when liberalization, 1991, right? LPG. In higher education, I think the best and fittest will survive. And student will be, the markets will, it will be the student will choose. So there are a lot of things which we'll do. We are also inviting international players into Hyderabad. I can't reveal the details because they are still on the drawing board. And we will certainly look at empowering institutions and reducing the government intervention so that the institutions can grow further without having to spend much time. We don't have a choice many times, because every day, alternate day, I get a letter from AICT, UGC asking me to send details. But nowadays we are telling UGC and AICT, let's do it across the table. Let's have a perspective plan for the state and stick to it. We had prepared a perspective plan, and I must tell you, ours was the best. The Telangana state perspective plan was the best. So when we are the best in some of the things, I think we should also ask for a better treatment. Thank you very much. And thank you, Priya, and your team, and Munaz, right? Munaz, for wonderfully doing this. And thank you all for patiently sitting through. And I'm sure we'll see you shortly. And please have a database of these participants so that, you could also invite them for other events. Thank you so much, all of you. If I have missed some of you, please excuse me, because, in this bright light, I'm not able to see, but I can definitely find out those whom I know very closely. And I think on behalf of the government, I would like to thank the sponsors, and be assured we would be always be proactive and try to work with all of you. Thank you very much.
So one last note from me. Sir, please sit down, with your permission. I hold leadership conversations every week, every Friday. So these are online leadership conversations. Typically, a leader is chosen and we sit in a conversation. So it's 20 minutes of opening talk by the leader on a given topic, whatever topic the leader wishes to speak about, and 40 to 60 minutes of Q&A. So it's largely interactive. And based on that, we have authored a book which was presented to the dignitaries in the morning. That is the lessons from Game Changers. And there are other subsequent books also in the works. In the sense, another 2 books are about to be released. So we have completed so far 130 such leadership conversations. I invite all of you to participate. If you go on LinkedIn, you will see, if you just type Sudhakar Rao, you can see the invite there. And I request you and your students and faculty members, all of us are leaders unto ourselves. In our own respective spheres, we are leaders. Depending on the choice, depending on the topic, you can choose to join. Okay. But at least know that there is something happening. It is welcome all kind of an event. There's no cost involved. We don't pay any leader. We don't ask any money from the attendees. It's a knowledge sharing session. We are going to do tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. 130th leadership conversation. I invite all of you. Watch out for it. It's called Wise Views Leadership Conversations. But if you go on LinkedIn, you will get the invite. And once you join, my backend team will make sure that you don't leave. They will keep on sending invites to you. Okay. So please watch out and join. Thank you.
That was a wonderful speech by both of our speakers. Can we please give a round of applause for both of them? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we come to an end of BW Higher Education Summit. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to all the participants, educators, researchers, students, professionals who have contributed their expertise and experience over here. A special thanks to our speakers, presenters who have generously shared their knowledge, insight, and passion for the education. And I would also like to thank all our partners, especially IC5. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope you have a wonderful day ahead. With this, we disperse for a 15-minute tea break.
Nice meeting you. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, sure.